Hello, everyone, to the final episode of The Great Ace Attorney. I'm doing the intro because this is the last one. I'm the final
Hopefully it's
boss,
the last one.
hopefully. We're continuing the final resolve of Yonosuke Naruhodo. Also, I just got my Steam controller yesterday, and I've been enjoying it.
Hey!
I know. I've been enjoying it. It's pretty nice. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. So this, I'm still a little bit confused because they said, or at least Strongheart, what do you call this, implied that all of Britain will know what's going on, and then this ends up being a private trial. So what's up with that? Or is that a go
What
to?
line are you referring to there?
Hmm?
When did he say that?
Didn't he say he implied that it was going to be like a public trial?
Oh, I think there was a point where like he told Ryunosuke you can watch from the public gallery before he became Barrick's lawyer.
Yeah, he
Wait,
didn't
there
really
was-
say. I don't think he really said anything specifically about the public knowing because he said multiple times that it could cause an international incident.
Yep.
Okay, I thought he implied it. Okay. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street.
Wow, don't even call me Kotoba by name. Thanks, Ryunosuke.
Sholmes is sweet.
We have returned, my dear fellows.
Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Okay. They were on the ship, right? Okay.
Think nothing of it. I believe you've had even more wearing days than Kotoba and I.
You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier.
Was this prosecutor a Soyi? You had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say?
He was, well, not really a man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertained the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin.
Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse.
When all this started almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholm still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Right.
Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France.
Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jigoku?
We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man.
Is his tongue blue? Lurking, hi cutie, hi Sanda. Good morning.
Welcome, Sanda.
How have you been? How's your day? How's your vacation? For Professor Mikotoba, this must be quite a shock for him.
Ah, yes. I picked us up at the telegraph office on our way home.
What is it?
Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put
He's-
upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well.
The inside of his mouth is blue. Am I seeing things?
Oh, you had a reply already?
What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes?
Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. Ah, and what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were already won. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll sit myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of a pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there. Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's dad. For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, it's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really.
What do you mean? Also, we need to figure out the thing going on with Iris too. Iris's dad.
Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half sisters, I mean.
Right. Okay. They're addressing it now.
Oh. Iris, do you mean?
Yeah, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened to the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. What? What?
All right. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. Actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Makatoba are Iris's father. Okay?
Yes, about that, Iris. You know,
I know, you
I
can't
know.
tell me at the moment.
I know, you
Oh,
can't
shit.
tell me at the moment.
Why?
Shut up, Earl.
Oh, Iris.
But why?
Defended by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, it's quite all right.
Then why don't I get an apologetic pheasant?
So just who is Iris's father? I suppose it's something we'll be finding out today. No, come on, this is the last day.
So, AZ, what would you do if they don't actually reveal who AZ's father or Iris's father is?
I'm gonna be frustrated. That's gonna weigh on my mind
Because-
for the entire year.
There are some instances where, like, I've seen similar setups to this where they're just like, you know, we're just gonna leave it to the player's imagination and try to leave them wondering who
Like
the
a-
father is.
A sequel material. Nah,
Yeah, we're just waiting on Grady's Attorney 3 for the answer.
hell no.
Yep.
So then, let us dine while
Oh,
we...
shit.
Fine idea, Sholmes. It looks absolutely delicious.
I thought you finished reading that.
Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds. And thirds, and fourths, and fifths, and sixths, and however many it is you want.
This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. Let's talk about Iris's father. About that telegram from Japan and about Kazuma. Can't let this opportunity slip away. What are you doing there, Sholmes?
He's pouting.
Oh, just examine?
Yeah, you just examine Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing?
Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikatoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while I look on with hungry eyes. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I played the role of a father for you far longer.
Now, Mr. Sholmes, can I discuss some things with you?
Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt. You're hungry to learn more of my deep love for game.
I can probably contain my curiosity on that one.
Sholmes, I freaking want information on this case. What are you doing? You need to look at me in that fashion.
In what fashion?
It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss.
Unpheasant, get it?
But
Was the unpheasant thing? So,
Well, these matters are the unpheasant matters.
yeah. So what it was in the telegram you received back from Japan then?
Ah, this. I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. Records found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
Okay, these were the same names that were in the tape recorder.
Mm-hmm. These are the same ones from 1-5.
Okay,
Those 4 names.
so this is a telegram from Japan that we received recently. Was this recent or some time ago?
Sholmes just got this back. He's going to explain what's going on with it.
Okay. There's 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states, and exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Sogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So why are the names coming up again now?
yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message I wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Shikoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find a communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names, need by tomorrow. Naruhodo.
Excuse me?
I sent it to a detective that I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature.
My goat.
You asked Inspector Hosonaga to take such an onerous task for you.
And in my name? I wonder what guys he opted for this time.
My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand? Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted.
You mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was for Judge Jikoku?
It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it.
Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Okay. Let me look at this. Duplicate follows. What does that mean? Duplicate follows.
So basically, what Hostenage is saying is he found a telegram record in Judge Hugos' office that had that list of names. So Sholmes sent a message under our name saying, "Hey, you should go in there, you should find a telegram that has a list of 4 names, and I need to know by tomorrow."
What's Kazuma's dad's name again? Did we?
I don't think it's this. What? No, yeah, they did say this one. It's Genshin.
Okay, so but we don't know if it's K. I don't think it was K. I think I remember them mentioning it.
Genshin Asogi.
Genshin, yes.
I was like, I don't want to. Did they say this? Oh wait.
Yeah, they mentioned it. The tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. Exactly, it was all for nothing. The chapter shouldn't exist. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us, your great detective's lie.
I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young men's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost.
What?
Capitalize on the events that transpired so that he would be sent back to Japan. Angry Birds.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Mr. Sato. But then I made sure that somebody else was sent in his stead.
Oh my, you mean?
The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for at least several years.
Do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you...
Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue the voyage to England?
So you manipulated me.
I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend.
I don't believe it.
But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A young woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Actually, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. Except on her mental state, that is. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding foreign refuge she sought.
I seem to remember Mrs. Sato and I had some rather strong words for her.
Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word of it, I'm sure.
I wonder if she made it to America then.
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why to go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen on the impending tragedy, you see. An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand.
An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. We need to figure out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. What? What else? Examine?
Present the telegram to him.
To him? It was from
Yeah.
him.
You're questioning him more on it. That's what you're doing here.
There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched. So you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found.
Keisugi, Aishin, Gregson, Wilson. I said it.
Yeah, trying to think what the slash is there for. But we only learned
That's just breaking up the names. That's all the slashes in between them for. It's just breaking up the names.
Okay, so it's not pairing them. Okay, but we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago, and only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked.
That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan around 6 months before, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan.
Okay.
It would really be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I've perpetually been eavesdropping on communications between Britain and the Japanese governments.
Amazing. Just admitted to that.
He's just like, yeah, I've been eavesdropping on the records for a long time now. Whatever.
You're perpetually doing what? How?
Mikotoba, please don't tell anybody I said this out loud. I didn't mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Sherlock Holmes. When he has the designs to know it.
Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line.
Yeah, I guess I'll use it in next month's issue of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
Mr. Sholmes, please tell us all you know. Tell us these 4 names and a tragedy in which they're all somehow connected.
Come on, Sholmes. No cliffhangers.
As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceased.
What? Who?
Aishin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. An actual fact, Miss Asa Shin.
But didn't she die after?
No, he'll explain.
Okay.
let him speak here.
Is it streams before my midnight? Hell yeah. It's more often than you think.
That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, known among London's unsavory classes.
Oh, I see.
But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Dr. Wilson's murder.
Okay. I'm just
Yeah,
confused.
she had gone missing, so he presumed her to be dead.
She had gone
And
missing.
And
Okay.
Wilson died, so you can kind of see what he's building
Okay.
up here. So I came to the logical conclusion that she
But
had herself been killed.
but Giselle Brett is still as a Shin, right?
So it's never fully explained,
Yeah.
but I think what was fully going on is Giselle Brett was a real person,
Oh, okay.
and she was actually on a real person on the study tour, and then Asa Shin killed her and took her place,
Yeah, it stole her
and
identity.
then killed Dr. Wilson.
I
It's
see.
never fully explained, but that is what I believe happened. Because Sholmes here is saying that she disappeared several months before,
Yeah,
but we know Giselle Brett had been on that study tour for a couple years.
got it. But they also did not find any records of Giselle Brett anywhere, right?
Yeah, but it still says she was on the study tour for a
Yeah.
little while. So who knows exactly?
Who knows?
But accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
Kei Osogi and T. Gregson.
Owing to proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself.
Okay, trying to think back. Gregson died. I'm trying to recall how Gregson died. In that small when the Reaper was accused, right? Okay.
But I determined it would be safe if young Osogi were to stay away from Britain.
Why not tell Mikotoba about it? Mikotoba would have stopped him. So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Why not tell Mikotoba about it?
Exactly.
So you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh yes, Sholmes and I have been exchanging correspondence for years. I've recounted many tales about Osogi to him on my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
Yeah, hi, Iris. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then?
And I just casually dropped that.
I didn't know. Yeah, sorry, Iris. We kind of forgot you're here.
Yeah, oh Iris, close your ears.
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, very sad.
I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but... we couldn't just bring ourselves to tell you.
No.
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo.
What is this big hole?
Ah yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume.
Oh shoot.
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett.
I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. And upon hearing the startling revelation, the hypothesis I had formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. So, have you figured out what's going on? 'Cause this is the moment a lot of people click into what the 4 names mean.
No. The difference between Asashin not dying when Sholmes thought she was dead, is that what you mean?
So what he's implying here is that Asashin's original purpose was never to be killed. She was only ever meant to kill Dr. Wilson.
Right.
So what does that imply? So, like, if we take those 2 names out now, what does that imply for the remaining 2 names?
The other 2 names, Tobias Gregson and Kazuma Sogi, one would kill the other.
Unless that's Chums.
Is that what you mean?
Dr. Chums.
But isn't that what I said about it was Kazuma who killed Gregson? What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes?
I believed all 4 names on the list to be names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asashin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed. And it would also seem that Miss Shin...
Okay, they are pairs. You said the slashes don't mean anything. They are pairs.
They're splitting up the names.
Yeah, but they are pairs. No?
Was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front.
Ah.
Which would, of course, explain why no motive could be determined for her actions.
So the real reason
Her motive
Dr.
was
Wilson
money.
was killed by Asashin is because he was the target of an assassination.
And forearmed with that knowledge, a fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective.
What do you mean?
Well, does it not strike you? There is another name among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student.
What you mean?
But of course, a name you all know only too well.
That's what I mean. They are pairs. I mean Kazuma.
But
Oh, shit.
He did say in court earlier today. That's what I mean. The slashes are pairing them.
well, it's still what I said is still correct. It's breaking up the names, but like you can't say it's setting them into
No,
pairs as well.
you said something like it doesn't mean anything other than just breaking up the names. And I'm looking at them like,
Yeah.
okay, there's a slash here,
The
and
fact
I'm like,
that the slashes are there does not mean anything deep. They're just things that are there on the list to break up the names. There's literally no deeper significance at all.
but aren't they saying that the top ones are the killers and the bottom ones are the victims? Isn't that what
That is what he's implying.
implying? And then the first, basically, Kazuma Sogi is for Tobias Gregson and Asian is for John Wilson.
That
So
is what
it-
Jones is implying.
Yeah. So it's pairing. There is a significance in the slashes.
If they remove the slashes, nothing changes about the list. Absolutely nothing.
It does
Don't
because
think.
it would make
Just drop it. It does not matter.
it would make me think that I started thinking when I saw the slashes, and I would have put it together if you said if you didn't say it didn't mean anything.
Yes, on the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk.
in order to carry out a mission.
Strong card.
And the mission was.
The assassination of the Mark.
Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now.
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange.
Who sent Kazuma here? Wasn't it Mikotoba?
It was the British government. He was selected by the British government to
By
go
the
on this
British
study tour.
government.
That is what was stated.
I see. An assassin exchange. How could Kazuma possibly have got involved in something like that?
Let's assume we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties make a contract and swap their respective assassin targets. That would be an assassin exchange.
So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange.
Why am I not buying this? But what on earth is the point?
Don't forget, Naruhodo. But the British assassin at least escaped conviction. Thanks to the diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction.
Oh yes.
Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels.
The highest levels.
These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked by not a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appear utterly unrelated. Yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular, devilish scheme. Disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
But wait a minute, Sholmes. This telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting. It would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
Interesting. Well, Kazuma was here for Gregson, so Judge Yagoku wasn't actually the mark.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and employed him to seek transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow.
Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. That he'd be transferring to Paris police and taking Gina with him.
But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last.
It's too much to take in. Alright.
Alright, everyone, that's quite enough of all the serious talk for one day.
Kazuma's a lot of explaining to do.
Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time. Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
What preparations?
Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
It is a little sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then, Susie would have been my big sister.
I'm sorry, Iris.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing.
Is Sasato's mom still around?
No.
Okay. So no one's gonna get mad if that were the case.
So it was stated early on that Sasato's mother
Oh
died
right, yeah.
not long after her birth.
Shortly after her birth. Yes.
But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister.
What? Really?
Oh yes, without question.
So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor?
Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You don't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you can be my big brother if you want, Runo.
In-law? Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother.
Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well.
Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally.
Right. I work extra hard for tomorrow now. Because it's for my big brother and sister.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what?
You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh.
Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance.
I'll do my very best, of course. So the overnight break into the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths whilst posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office. The extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Do I not have a family? Does the Ryunosuke not have a family?
We never meet anybody from Ryunosuke's family.
Okay, I'm just an orphan.
Yet, totally an orphan.
To be continued, that was a short one.
See, I told you guys, this part was super short.
Very, very short. One slot only.
Now we start to cook up.
Uh-oh.
And we just go straight into the courtroom. No pep talk, no nothing.
Nah.
Let's go.
Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice, and the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Councils, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth until the bitter end.
Resolve, yes, that's my intention.
That's the name of the game.
Of the chapter, you mean?
No, so again, I'll remind you. So this was the 2-game series, and the second game was called The Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve.
Oh, okay, but like the chapter is also
The
called
chapter
the
is
Resolve.
the Resolve of
yeah,
Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
yeah.
My lord, if I may inquire,
The defendant may speak.
on what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He is admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone leading a prosecution. That's such a good line for Barrack to be saying, because he's just like, hey, why is he here? He shouldn't be.
Yeah.
He's admitted to criminal actions. He shouldn't be
Yeah.
here. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day.
Sure. Kazuma.
Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. As I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper.
Kazuma's bristling with his hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into the very dangerous territory.
Whatever gave you that idea, Ryunosuke? Whatever
The
gave
sword,
you that idea?
mainly.
Is this really even Kazuma Sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request.
No, not allowed.
The defense finds this acceptable, I presume.
No, Your Honor. I object. Yes, my lord. You know, the case would have been over if Ryunosuke just said no.
No, it wouldn't.
No,
It
would
really
be
wouldn't.
over.
Yep. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again.
Why wouldn't it be over?
They just grab another prosecutor.
Yeah, but like it's not as good as Kazuma.
But still, it's still the same case. You still have to be able to prove your case.
Which I did,
Resume
didn't
the
I?
closed hearing of
Nope,
Barrack
you-
Von Leaks.
You still have not.
The defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready.
Very well then, this preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin.
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand.
Strongheart really has like a bad eye for people. Taking Jigoku under his belt and letting Kazuma be the prosecutor.
Bring Sisher Goku into the courtroom.
At last, we've reached the final battle. Is it the final battle? It's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke, it's time for that steely resolve because this is going to test it to the limit.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
So it was you who issued it, was it?
Your subpoena. I did what was necessary.
Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day where you take the one tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jugoku, Supreme Court Judge from the Empire of Japan.
"16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs."
I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jugoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of this country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Jugoku, I must ask.
Well, I never fancy the young man murdering student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm practicing defense. I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and in full self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium, but then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight. I have to object that turn of phrase.
Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and if I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate the respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify, as simple as that. So you'd run from all this? I beg your pardon. This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean?
That's right, and you, Judge Jugoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Well, Ryunosuke, I see the look in your eyes. Now you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case?
I have to say. Oh shit! Wait, I meant to save.
Well, you're fine.
This is
Way to go.
a telegram detailing a
Did
communication.
he get it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he got it.
I meant to press options. I pressed A and
Help,
by
I
accident.
accidentally solved the case.
This is a telegram
Oh, that
detailing.
doesn't solve the case.
I mean, this is my first choice anyway. I was just not sure. Detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained four names: Keasogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson.
You little. Where did you get that?
In Tokyo, from your office, Judge Jigoku. What says you?
How on earth did you?
What's all this about? Why is my name on that list?
I wonder. This list of four names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Keasogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins.
No.
A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain.
A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson.
And the murder that took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police officer Tobias Gregson.
Keasogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting?
There's two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. The telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill.
What?
The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you.
Judge Goku, what's all this about?
The mastermind in Britain is... We'll find out after this break. And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, the detective inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract.
Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill was never past my lips yesterday. The idea that it was Seishiro Jigoku was a mark came entirely from you.
Shut up.
He's not wrong. He
Yeah,
never
but
said who he was intended
this
to
is
kill.
all semantics. This is all... You have to... The implied contexts are there, and we all agreed. You deliberately avoided saying a name. I mean, yes, that was on, not clarified.
Yeah, because Kazuma's smart. He's not going to talk more than he needs to.
The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what have you to say for yourself?
His silence only goes to prove his guilt.
There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There is now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was the witness's cabin aboard the SS Gross.
Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. So,
There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man.
yeah.
Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear. About the alleged assassin exchange on the events of the night of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord.
Before we continue, water. Oh, wait, back.
You mean you didn't prepare water?
No, I did not. I did, but I finished it.
You didn't prepare enough water. How dare?
I'm back. I should really get a bigger jug. This 1 liter jug does not suffice.
You need the Zeus.
I know. I need the Zeus.
It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, if in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission.
He died.
On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times.
On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. That's the big boy. Forgot his name.
If there had been
Stroganoff.
a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
The one on duty was chicken.
Chicken.
Chicken stroganoff.
So you admitted then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassination exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I could discuss here.
So it's statement 5, but I don't know what evidence I need to present.
To use such a worthy practice as a foreign study to coerce someone to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I ever heard. Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon? She said.
Sogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why we accepted the mission in the first place, isn't that right, Council?
I do not approve of this.
Kazuma-sama.
How low can you go? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain.
I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted a mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I'd back down. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case.
The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in a room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of this crime was the Reaper, Barrick Van Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such a Machiavellian dealings.
Machiavellian.
Machiavellian.
I just said it really fast, okay?
Sure.
Clearly, this plot only the government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could ever hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone of the British side who controlled everything. Be that it is may, it is not the place of this court to pursue the villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness.
And we're totally not going to betray that thought later.
All right. I think it's the fifth one. Okay, fine. I'll just press everything, even though I'm sus of the last one. A year ago, when Cosmo was still in Japan then. Judge?
Angry Birds.
Correct. It was the examination center for applicants for the study tour. I approached him.
I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain as on an assassination mission.
Surely not.
I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour.
So you agreed to it just for that. I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination.
The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement was sent from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept a proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku.
Funny you say that.
As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him.
Hold it!
Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin?
He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition,
He has a sword.
I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life.
Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, it was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain.
And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi.
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to the role of an assassin or betraying people's trust.
Come on, there has to be a limit.
So, are you starting to understand Cosmo's character now a little better?
No, well, I'm hating him more and more the more I learn about him. There has to be a limit on like what you give up. You have to keep, at least you have to keep your honor, your dignity, not just like do anything for that one thing.
So, but put yourself in his. You believe your father, you believe your father didn't die of natural causes. You think something suspicious. You
Right.
find out that he was accused of killing a bunch of people.
Mhm.
That goes against what you. So to uphold your family's honor, you're gonna go prove him not that he didn't actually.
Yeah.
That was Cosmo's goal. So
Right.
Cosmo's goal was noble in that he's trying to uphold the name of his clan and bring glory back to his clan because
Yeah.
of that accusation.
But if I were to put myself in that shoes, I wouldn't be betraying people's trust. I wouldn't like exchange people's trust on me or
You're
my
not in his shoes,
reputation.
You don't understand his feelings.
Yeah, no, I do not understand him, and I don't really want to. I don't know. I don't want to make excuses for him. I don't think that's not heroic in any way or noble in my eyes. But why was Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question
Like
them.
at best, he's not a villain, anti-hero, and there's some good anti-heroes, but like I expected better from him.
You have no idea. Really? I find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you? Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson for that time. The defense really ought to catch up
With what?
with the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi.
Hold it!
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
Were to arrived at the Ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I placed on the ship to accompany the assassin.
Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all. But he did lose his memory, including all details of his special mission.
Did you consider dispatching another assassin at that point?
I went here myself.
That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Osogi's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain.
Ah.
My hands were completely tied. So Mr. Sholm's strategy worked perfectly.
He predicted everything that would happen.
Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway.
So you're playing me right from the outset, weren't you? Is that it?
I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. Go to any lengths to make sure I get what I want and you don't get what you want. Suck it, Jigoku.
This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about is the testimony given by this witness. Are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating his plea?
Hold it!
I need to take a break after this. Before I... Sorry.
Okay, I'll go make some sandwiches.
Right now?
No, when you're on break.
Okay. I'll set your cabin in the first area of the SS Grouse, you mean, after I press everything.
Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. Oh, sorry. Wrong voice. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door.
I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself.
What do you mean?
Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a Welbeck crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin.
At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner.
The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return.
I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life.
Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone.
So the crewman let 2 potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really.
In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone.
Was the guard still at the door when you went?
Yes, he glared at me as I walked past.
You see, that proves it. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I'm not involved.
It is what I wanted to press the most. The
That
crewman,
don't impress me much.
the crewman who was standing directly outside the cabin door, you mean?
That's right. Muscular man with permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't even once move from that spot. To be honest, that don't impress me much. I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he has the touch. He's a vital witness now.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot.
Is he?
It is inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door would have heard that.
But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired. Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash. Oh? You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that anything like steerage, where the judicial assistants go. I didn't mean...
But a hole like that, made by a bullet, was found in your cabin, Judge Shigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. True.
What's that? A bullet hole.
Like, an evidence is more valuable than a witness testimony.
Oh yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by woodworm. No doubt he'd find the actual bullet.
That's the hole in this argument.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would have never made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth.
No gunshot was heard, but a gun hole was found. But that doesn't matter. We don't care about evidence in this game.
I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. Milady.
I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock.
It's unforgivable.
What do I have? Can I refute that? Can I refute that? Unique serial number. Okay. I thought I inspected this gun before. Older than 5 years ago. Does that mean anything?
Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him and agreeing to such a despicable plan.
But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him.
Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part.
One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship.
So you mean...
Judge Jigoku must be lying.
I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment.
Why would... I mean, he already bribed the guy just to hide. Wouldn't he just bribe the guy to pretend the gunshot was never heard? Is that not possible in this world?
But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, let's take a quick break. I'll be back maybe 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back.
Alright, I'm back. It's quite hot outside today, so in 6 hours remind me to water it again. Where was I?
I don't think Earl's back, but you can think for now.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
don't present anything until he gets back.
So at all times, 4 or 5. Let's see. Okay, I'll go through all the statements. This is just a statement, a fact.
Did he solve it
It's
yet?
a fact.
No.
I just came
No.
up.
Did you solve it yet?
Yes.
Are we there yet?
Oh, yeah, you saw it yet.
So it's either 4 or 5. For the fifth one, I have to present an evidence that either he bribed Stroganov or somehow he didn't hear it. Some way he didn't hear it. Fourth, I have to present an evidence that Stroganov was not there all the time. But like,
On a side note, there is actually a separate contradiction with what the game goes for here that never gets addressed. I find it hilarious, but I'm like, oh well.
wait a minute. Is this what is this? Small machine part that Mr. Sholmes found in Judge Jigoku's cabin. What about it? See those little things over the plate, all over the place, don't you? It's part of the top of pocket watch that you twist to set the time, is it?
It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one.
The crown, like what sits on top of a monarch's head. It's a very grand name for such a tiny part. Actually,
Yes, Naruhodo?
if this is the crown, I have the feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. Have we?
If by monarch you mean pocket watch, and I'm quite sure you have.
And I like combine evidences like in 999. What do you think, Mrs. Sato?
I feel I sure know exactly what will fit here.
Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing.
We're about to see that little round component. It's actually part of Inspector Grayson's broken pocket watch.
Really, I was just thinking precisely that too. Kabloop.
A perfect fit.
I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it.
I'll make a note of this new information at once.
Okay. I think we've seen this. Where them keys at?
Bum 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 bum.
Who was on duty outside my cabin at all times? So, can I use this key?
The helmet of this charming police. Oop.
I'm not convinced about Charming Empire. Yes, you're right. No, I think we've seen this, haven't we? Okay. Can we use this now? So this is the little key used to wind Inspector It's expert's pocket watch. But it should be. Why should it be a policeman? I mean, if its headed fall off from overuse, might seem a little inappropriate, don't you think? So we don't get to unwind it. Understood. The bullet exited the body from behind. I mean, dying in the grouse makes a lot of sense. What is this? What
His
is
belt?
this thing? Is that a belt? A V-shaped belt?
It's just an angle.
Okay.
It's not your GM Earl.
Inspector Gregson's pocket watch that he wound without fail every single day.
True.
Started ticking up again. I've seen this though. A notice about practice evacuation to be carried out. Okay. I mean, I can crew to resume duty soon after. Following departure from Port Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review various procedures. Man, what time was the grouse? What time was the grouse? I'm going to assume that the grouse is around that time, and I'm supposed to present that. Not before I save it.
Objection!
So I was telling Earl and DM, so he's like, we can't blame him for missing this one because he never actually read the itinerary.
Oh yeah, there was an itinerary?
Yeah, that's what you presented.
That's what you just read.
This one?
Yeah.
So when you got this, you were with Shomes and Mikatoba, and it flashed on a screen briefly, but you never went back and fully read it.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant itinerary as in the time of the grouse. Because it says here 10 p.m., but I don't know what time they were on the ship. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times.
What?
I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
What? Where did you get that?
Your trash can, sir. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill.
Crewmen were away from their posts.
And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshot emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection.
20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing.
Why? Why exactly?
Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin.
Why are we taking witness testimony as the fact?
Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Because, so what Kazuma's
Yeah.
implying here is, okay, you found a moment of opportunity that the crime could have occurred,
Yeah.
but you still have to approve some form of incident happened in the room.
The
Like,
gun-
okay, yeah, there was an opportunity, but you still have to prove that something happened.
Yeah. The gunshot, the hole.
You don't have any
isn't-
proof the gunshot happened during that 20 minutes.
I mean, don't have the evidence here.
But also the contradiction I was talking about is like they're implying that that's the 20-minute window that the gunshot was fired at. But Mikatoba was talking about this exact time frame before, and he's like, "Oh yeah, it was nice to have some peace and quiet around." So implying he was in his room. So that would mean he would have heard the gunshot if he was there. But that's never addressed.
He was on the other room.
Yeah, he was in a room adjacent to Jigoku's.
Oh, I see.
Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true. Well, counsel?
Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. Ryunosuke, what are you talking about?
You will present the evidence for the defense at once,
Stop!
counsel.
Stop making me do things.
I love how he just goes one step further and you're like, oh shit, I'm not on the page.
I mean, you should know. You
What?
should be able to do it, Daisy.
What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Judge Jigoku's cabin on the 31st October? What proof do I have?
Yeah, what's the proof?
What's the proof do I have? Is it
What the
the
proof?
fact that he's dead?
Yeah.
And-
Inspector Gregson was killed in there because I have a photo of his body that totally was taken
Yeah.
taken on the ship. 100%.
So the pocket watch, the fact that it's wound up every day. So the pocket watch is my first choice.
That's your first proof?
First
Are you
poof.
proof of that?
My second poof is the Gregson's trunk, but I can't prove that was with him on the 31st. So I feel like when time is related, I need something that's related to time as well. Okay, well I'll go for my first poof.
We're going for the first proof. Bailiff, take this evidence and incinerate it.
Incinerated, no. The evidence was presented after careful consideration, my lord.
I'd suggest you take a little longer of your deliberation in the future. Otherwise, you may find that you're the one being sent for incineration.
I already was.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. Your mind can only get sharper too.
Mr. Sholmes and Professor Mikatoba's visit to Judge Jigoku's cabin yielded a minute piece of evidence that was very nearly overlooked. If my memory isn't failing me, my memory is failing me.
You must bring it to mind, Mr. Naruhodo, and in timely fashion before the bailiff burns everything. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof Do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jikoku's cabin on the 31st of October? Ah.
What? I mean, this was. It doesn't make
Can't wait
sense
till my
that
new
they'd
car.
accept this, no? If they won't accept it.
Why not?
They wouldn't accept the pocket watch, which is this is the crown of the pocket watch.
What does the watch have to do with the scene of the crime?
Huh?
What does the watch itself have to do with the scene of the crime?
It's like the crown was found in Jikoku's cabin,
Yeah, but that you didn't present the crown.
but I presented the pocket watch.
The pocket watch was found on Fresno Street.
Take that!
Close enough.
No.
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch?
And if you will observe the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured. See, and then now they're presenting the pocket watch. I just presented that, and they burned it.
The pocket watch itself was not what was found. It was not found at the scene of the crime. So that doesn't the watch itself doesn't place anything at the scene of the crime. The crown itself was found there. That's what places Gregson at the scene of
But
the
what
crime.
can happen is they present the pocket watch, and then in this part, instead of presenting the pocket watch, they present the crown of the pocket watch.
The
same
logic
effect.
doesn't follow.
No, it's the same effect.
No, or because you can't bring up the watch first without bringing up the crown first.
Same.
You got to
diff.
bring up the crown first because the crown is what was found at the scene.
It can be, he said.
Engelbert is stuffing his face.
Yeah, I know. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, young murderer?
Objection!
But why?
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks.
How the
What?
frick did you get the body off?
And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way.
It was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world of your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall in which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of 31st October.
Part 2.
Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
Right.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing an evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustached Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me.
Mustachioed. Come on.
I soon took care of him with an Ippon Sei throw, and he couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with the murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London.
So the last statement was kind of separate.
Ippon Sei, a common ninjutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take.
So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you?
No, I cannot. I'm blind.
The fact that the pocket watch was broken in a witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there.
I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me. But he did manage to pull the trigger.
Yes, because he's merely a tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on cross-examination.
You're wrong. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
The last statement is weird because it's kind of detached from the rest, which makes me think that I need to present something here. I need to present the fact that the steamship has a fridge. It's a big fridge. But I don't have the fridge in my court records. I can present the autopsy report. Found in London. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Where's the fridge? Can I ask bailiff to get me the fridge? What was I thinking? I forgot. I had an idea, and then I don't have an idea anymore. This one.
The train left the station without a thought.
We shot a chance. Before I can present this, but I haven't pressed anything yet. I'm gonna press everything as per usual, because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just. Oh, I just need to press that one statement. I'm dumb. I just let your killer pass, you mean.
Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course.
He wouldn't have had his identification with him though.
He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
That's all you need. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist.
You mean me?
Who else?
Yes, it's true. You would have hoped to sight a few swords meant to set off alarm bells in the guard's head.
The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned and immediately disembarked the ship.
Certainly all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion? That's right, none whatsoever.
Okay.
Hold it!
There's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think the idea is yours now, stripling.
What?
If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have gotten back to Britain?
Is he serious?
I mean, he does make a fair point. How did the body go from the ship to?
Yeah, so
Britain to
the
London?
the concept of someone else taking the body to somewhere else is not it's not common sense in this world.
Izzy, have you traveled out of country before?
Dude, it's hard.
If you travel out of
The-
country, they search you search everything you got.
They search
Yeah,
you on
you're just
arrival.
gonna carry a dead body on your shoulders, walking through. Oh,
Not
yeah,
in
no,
1800s,
not a
no.
problem. Not
But
a problem, because carrying a dead body on your shoulders. No, customs
Yeah.
won't question it at all.
No, there are no customs back then.
Yes, there was. There very much was.
Well, then obviously the culprit must have moved the body. There are no customs back then. You were literally on, like, inside your thing.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Well, yes, that's true, but
All passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage.
See, they did do it back then. The murder had taken place aboard the ship. You would have imagined the body would have been disposed of at sea.
wasn't the crown found in the big luggage? Am I misremembering that?
There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain.
Let's kill the idea then.
But perhaps not.
I swear this was found in the luggage. They say cabin. My memory's failing me, as it always does. I'm pretty sure it was in the luggage, not just around the cabin. This is Sado.
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted on guard then. Which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in sea.
You know what'd be great if inside the luggage we also found some liquid. If there was some liquid in the luggage itself. Because then it would freeze. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now.
Okay.
There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
We're back here again.
Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, ba-da-da, bum,
There's an idea.
bum, 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 bum. Angry Birds.
Think about it, stripling. An idea. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border.
Passengers and crew. What about the things?
The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So you did? Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time?
What? No.
So we're in agreement then. I couldn't have possibly brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they develop some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B.
You
Funny
mean super
you
high
should say
voltage
that.
instantaneous kinesis?
Exactly.
Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, of course.
The defense has been unusually quiet, I notice. It's because there's really nothing more to say.
Shut up. I'm trying to think of evidence. You won't give me the fridge, so I need to find the second best. So that's his story. Angry Birds.
Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have murdered there, do we?
Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one?
And the fact that Inspector Griggs' body was found in the little room in Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Chigoku's cabin,
But it would
the
have
body
been
would have to have been moved to. Sorry.
somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. What?
That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo.
I don't have the fridge. I want the fridge. Have I
Earl, do you
pressed
remember
this?
what this is?
Have I pressed this, or have I not?
I believe you did.
Okay. So I just need to present here.
Earl, do you
Oh,
remember
what-
what the answer is?
What do I present then?
I remember it's probably
Don't
going
tell
over
me.
his head.
Go
You
over
want
my
me to
head.
you want me to inbox it to you? What I think the
I mean-
answer is?
Yeah, well, you can tell me if you can remember.
There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. You have the luggage, but I don't have the luggage. With the fact that he's curled up, I am lost.
So this is an easy forget moment because you should know the answer.
We're having another
Forget.
Asman moment.
Well,
Forget.
it's not Asman level. This is nowhere near Asman level.
What do
This
you
is
mean easy forget moment? That
This
moment
was
lasts a
something you have
lifetime.
been told. You've been told about
Yeah.
what you need to present here.
But I never remember things. That's the problem.
well,
Okay,
It's just not one moment.
Well, the problem is we can't say anything without it
Right, right,
automatically
right.
giving you the answer.
Mm,
Unless you want us to basically give you the answer.
No. I got this.
I mean, I have a hint that doesn't give the answer.
Seems a shame not to keep the methods.
Earl, I was more saying like we can't tell him what conversation
Yeah.
he should know the answer from without like outright spoiling what the answer would be.
There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. I mean, the only thing I can think of is the luggage. But I don't have
Okay.
the luggage, which means
You
that's
don't, you
not
don't
that.
have the luggage?
You don't have luggage?
I don't.
You don't.
I don't.
Are you sure?
I do not.
Okay.
Unless I present the picture of the luggage. I mean, I could. The other thing I'm thinking of is I present the fact that he's curled up, like Jigoku was inside the luggage. Curious how you would die like that.
Yeah, but presenting that, there wouldn't be enough sufficient evidence.
I know.
Yeah,
Where's the
just
luggage?
posting a photo of his body doesn't explain how his body was brought from
So-
a ship to the
So photos are no go.
Well, a photo of the victim is a no-go.
Is this the same luggage though? That's seemed to be a smaller one than the one he had. Okay. Well, I don't have the luggage. The second best is a picture of luggage. If this is the luggage. But then the question still stands: if they search this and there's no body, that doesn't hold water. Unless I'm just presenting for this statement alone. That's fine.
Objection.
Yay!
There's no possible way you could have moved. There's so many plot holes, or there's so many holes in that evidence.
There's
but
no
sure.
holes in this. There is no holes in this logic here.
He just said there's no way I could have done it. They were specifically looking for a method of transport.
Right.
The
but that's-
Ryunosuke is going to explain it for you since you don't seem to understand the logic here.
No, I understand the logic. I'm just saying that prior to this, we were talking about, or they mentioned, okay, well, everything is inspected when you get off the boat, you get off the ship.
Is
And
everything inspected though?
Don't you remember a conversation of some sort at the
That
very beginning
Ryunosuke is about to bring up anyway.
I
Yeah.
do not remember any.
Just hear Ryunosuke out here. It'll all click.
There's no
together.
possible way you could have moved Inspector Grex's body. You say? I mean, I in my head, I know what happened. I'm just trying to navigate the game's branching. I would say the opposite is true.
And what is that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Grex's body back to Britain is something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Ryunosuke?
As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. Did they mention that?
They did.
We
They
learned, yeah, no, I would not remember that. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took a lot of time. I must say, I'm envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you?
I knew you were jealous.
That was like a month ago.
Yeah, that was the beginning of chapter 4.
I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. Yeah, there's no way I would remember that. Get it off your chest. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. To have you inside. And you're bigger than not Mikotoba, Gregson.
Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting.
Susato, I am suggesting. I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk.
So, yeah, when you were talking with Jigoku and Mikotoba in the beginning of chapter 4, Gregson's dead body was right there next to you the entire time.
Very nice.
Order in court.
So, the trunk was in the fridge the entire Wouldn't it smell? It's past post-mortem.
I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku?
But inside his trunk, how horrifying.
And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in the cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense!
Dr. Gorey, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise a true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
If you would just put the SS Grouse in my court records, I could show it to you right now. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electronically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mektoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Chigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
Well, this is all very heartening, sorry.
Same thing.
I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you both laid firm foundations for that already. Don't worry, T. Gregson is not dead. He's just alive and this was a test. Judge Jigoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made the accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
He's pleading the fifth.
Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where the victim was the victim killed. It's quite logical.
Actually, the scene of the crime.
Prosecution stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when a gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barrick Van Zeek shot the victim at point-blank range.
Since no tangible evidence existed to prove the prosecution's claim at this
Dude,
time,
at every step, we have evidence. And then they're like, no, there's no evidence. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? You haven't proved anything yet.
the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale.
Right.
I'm afraid that's how logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
The victim was shot in a little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Okay, which, if it's not the pocket watch, what could it be?
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you'd better explain yourself to court, don't you?
The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. The red hair, obviously.
Definitely the red hair, yeah. The red hair was always the red herring. It was definitely also a red flag. Covered
Get
in
it?
red
Because
flag.
it's red. Died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. Do I present this? Or do I present this? Died instantly. Is that what I'm supposed to be? So instant death, that's not the contradiction. So it must be this at the scene on Fresno Street. Would it be the fact that there's an exit wound?
How would that contradict it being instantaneous death?
Huh?
So the claim is that he died instantly. If he
Right.
died instantly, something's not right.
If he died
That's what's being implied here.
Right. I'm trying to find
If
that.
Gregson died instantly, there's a contradiction of the evidence. But what piece of evidence contradicts the idea of him dying instantly?
Are you saying that the autopsy report is wrong? Is that what you're saying? Because I thought the autopsy, I thought I could trust the autopsy report. Is there anything here? What is this? Okay. Oh shoot.
What?
I had a lot of dialogues. I was trying to read this. Because the claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly, which is supported by the autopsy report, when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. So I thought that I could trust the instantly. Like the instantly is not the one that I need to refute. I needed to refute that he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But you're implying that we need, like, there's something that contradicts instantly, which means the autopsy report is also, I can't also trust the autopsy report.
No. Okay. So let me be more specific. Let's 100%. Let's say
Mhm.
he died instantly when shot.
Right.
Following that logic, something else in the evidence is wrong.
So if
because
he
something in the evidence shows that he didn't die instantly.
okay, something in the evidence shows
Or
that he didn't die
given the setup, it
instantly.
implies it's not instantly. Something in the
Um,
I accidentally hit my deafen button.
it's the red hair.
The red hair, the red herring. Haha.
Something imply that he did not die instantly. I'm curious about the fingertips, if that's going to play a part.
It's gonna tip you off, isn't it?
Okay. I officially have no idea what I'm looking for. So, what will happen is that I'll lose a life.
You lose a life, get called an idiot, and have me and Earl laughing at you.
And then I'll take a hint.
A mermaid hint.
What? Something in my evidence contradicts the fact that he died instantly.
If you follow basic logic, something doesn't make sense if Gregson died instantly.
Okay. Something does not make sense.
That is what Ryunosuke is going for here. Like, this doesn't make sense if he died instantly. And it is something you have discussed before. I will give you that. Have fun.
You're asking me to remember what I said before? You
Yes.
asking me to remember in general?
Yes,
It's not.
of course.
It's not gonna happen. It's impossible.
Because what's even funnier is you've mentioned it today.
If he died instantly, I'm going with my gut and just take a hint.
Take that!
A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed.
So why did that work? Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. Wait, what? I'm confused.
Ryunosuke's gonna say it.
I'm confused. If Inspector Gregson has been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Okay,
You literally said that.
I know. Here's the thing, right?
If you were shot and killed instantly,
yeah.
you do not have time to curl yourself up into a ball like that.
When my mind is thinking, like when I formed the entire scene in my mind, him being curled up like this makes sense already. So I was not questioning that. But yes, that completely left my
Yeah,
mind.
once you realize it, you're like, oh, right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I should have pointed that out. But I thought they were going to say something about the fingertips.
No, it's just the fact that he's curled up. Like, that doesn't make sense. If he died instantly, his body would not be in that position.
Yes. One sec. Someone's calling.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed.
All right, give me 1 second. I just need to do something real quick.
So, Shiro, how goes your progress on 100 line?
And I haven't been able to play because I keep being busy with work.
Yeah, you're gonna be stuck for a month.
Yep.
In other news,
I'm at 76 out of 100, so...
I told you about the new computer I'm getting.
Yep.
I'm so hyped for it. It should be here by Friday, end of the school week, end of school year. After that, when
all set to finish 100 line yourself, let's go.
Final Fantasy comes first. I owe Kylan more than I owe you 100 line. Because remember, like a couple years back, we played Symphonia, and then, like I told him, I would exchange that game for him doing the one.
Nope, don't remember that.
It'll be that, and then chances are I'll be doing like 100 line when I have time.
Oh, brother. Spring is done, and I'm still full of things to do.
Well, it sounds like a personal problem.
What's that?
Sounds like a personal problem.
No, that's a spring problem.
You could have easily adopted a fetal position due to the pain in the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed.
What?
According to the autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting?
The inspector's body took that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned on the floor from the inside of the large travel trunk.
No.
You're quite right, the shape of the body. It looks exactly like it's been kept in a confined space.
Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Oni, hello. Welcome in. How's your day going? You can't refuse now.
Present my trunk, I refuse.
What?
On what grounds?
I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Empire of Japan.
Ain't too much. I'm full right now. What about your day? We're just finishing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So beware of spoilers. We're in the last chapter.
I shouldn't have put up with this treatment just because some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I also need I need some food right now.
I decline to answer that.
Objection!
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in the trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. He is cooked. Oh shoot. Senior title that you test the new Steam controller. How's it going? I forgot to change the title. I forgot to change.
Oh yeah, you're saying the
I'm still playing Paranormal Side. It's very good. I'm enjoying it. It's a lot better than the PS5 controller that I was using before.
Order in court. Let's
Final-
not talk about controllers in court.
Final chapter.
Well, Mr.
Let's
Chigoku,
go.
what's it to be?
But yeah, because there's a puck that makes it wireless. That's a lot better.
You can't be serious. You did it?
Chiro, you noticed that I was still playing Paranormal Side and you didn't say anything?
No, I noticed when you just mentioned it. I was like,
okay.
oh, you hadn't changed it.
Yeah, I noticed when Oni mentioned the title.
Yeah. Normally, if I see something wrong with the stream telescope, I say it right away.
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma? A silky.
What?
Why? Why Kazuma?
Let him cook.
Dang.
Shame because Kazuma
Very
did
well.
not
I
kill
admit it.
Griffson?
I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense.
You.
Dear God, outrageous!
So the what?
No, I admit nothing to more than what I've said.
Remember the first time I got mine? That's a game changer. I could play directly from my couch, instantly cozy position. So I could the controller I was using before, the PS5 controller, I could also use Bluetooth with it. But the way my PC is situated, the Bluetooth signal is not good. But since the Steam controller has a puck, it's right in front of me. I can position it properly. So yeah, it's a game changer for sure. I can play from my fridge, but I can't hear the voice from my fridge.
Of killing a man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean?
Yeah, so because my fridge has the water, so I can just like refill my mug, my jug. Is he still denying?
Yeah,
I
he's
merely
saying he
bestowed-
took the body from the cabin to Britain, but he did not kill him. That is what Gigoku is saying.
So I need more evidences. Oh. Did you read this, Earl?
Yeah, did I not? In
Just
order to
checking.
avoid unwanted attention. As a judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had the chance to throw it in the ocean and say, Putang in amo!
Nah. Still, nah. It's not strong enough. It's not harsh enough.
Dude. My personality in that saying will never work.
No, yeah, no.
Though I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
I'm confused. Why not the ocean?
Because all the crew was on deck.
I see.
You didn't see him.
But like, he brought the body all the way to the fridge. No,
Yes, I think the difference is just walking around with a bag in his hand, no one would question.
yeah.
But if he were to go to the edge of the ship and dump something out,
People
would
will see
notice.
it. I don't know. I feel like I can do it. I don't want to prove it, but I feel like I can do it. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know there was one other person in my cabin that night? He
What?
had the opportunity.
Mikotova? No.
Nope.
Not Mikatoba.
He's gonna accuse someone pretty interesting.
There was one other person in my cabin last night. He had the opportunity. It's not Kazuma, is it? Oh, okay. I thought Kazuma
Moreover,
left.
He already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
I thought Kazuma left. Did they not say that? I'm confused.
But here's the thing: did Kazuma kill him before he left?
I see where he's going.
We
with
don't
it.
know.
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi.
You.
Me.
I never saw you stoop to this, Seishiro Goku.
Okay, so Kazuma refused to kill Gregson, so Judge Jikoku had to do it himself. Now they're going to ask me an evidence to prove that Kazuma did not do it. Could be the tip of the blade.
You've taken words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you?
So why didn't you report it?
He already said he didn't want unwanted attention.
Yeah. Well, this is unwanted attention now.
Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less.
You wouldn't.
So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now. All I have to say on the matter, I admit nothing more. Also, hello, Onijas Games. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi.
You're asking me for evidence? Why don't Judge Jikoku provide the evidence?
Well, he's asking what you think. Whose side are you? Who do you believe in here? Do you believe
I
Jigoku or
see.
do you believe Kazuma? That's what he's asking here.
This isn't the dead, but I guess I need to provide. If I say I don't believe him, they're gonna be like, "Oh, provide evidence." You don't think that's the case?
Yeah, that's the game.
Well, welcome to mystery solving.
Why can't Judge
This is your
Jikoku
first
provide
time.
evidence first? This isn't the dead.
Well, he doesn't
end,
have
it seems me. The answer's right in front of me.
If you're gonna call his claim a lie, present evidence to refute it.
Why me? It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. It's gonna be the trunk. Step away from proving who. I don't know. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion to put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is possible. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. Is that not the past as well? Was that never a thing?
It is, no question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asugi to commit the crime.
What?
On what grounds?
The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel.
Yeah, sure, of course.
What proof is there that
Sure.
Itogi's involvement?
I knew what this was instantly. If there's one piece of evidence that just completely excludes Cosma from being a suspect. It's outright there's no way Cosma could be a suspect at all.
My first instinct was the trunk, but it doesn't make sense. Or the sword, but it doesn't make sense. Or the gun, I guess?
You saying Cosma can't use a gun?
Can't have a gun. How did he get a
have
gun?
a gun?
How did he get the gun? This is given to police officers, no? Or something like that.
You act like there's only like a few of those in the world.
A few of these. Impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement. What would that be?
I don't remember if Earl got this instantly.
I can't say I remember it taking me really long either, but I can't say I got it instantly, so I'm going to stay neutral on that one. We already know my genius with the papers.
With that one. the one thing you called like so far ahead is just like what? Before it even became a conceptual idea of what was going on, you called it out. I'm like, how did this man pull that out?
The rare Earl W.
What is here again? Is the broken sword?
Yep, that's just a broken sword. Totally not relevant.
Proof
I think
is
Casey's just overthinking this.
that allegedly demonstrate the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement. There's something here that's impossible, apparently.
It proves that Cosma could not have done it at all. All it takes is one piece of evidence and Cosma's in the clear.
Yes. I'm trying to find that.
Read everything. Just read everything.
Everything? What do you mean?
Read everything, and you'll eventually, hopefully, stumble upon it. I can't say a specific page or anything because that'll make it too easy.
I don't see any Asman anywhere here. I don't think that's relevant. Wait, what's this one? Oh, dismissal. It's not relevant. Clint's autopsy, not relevant. Passport. So they don't. Gregson didn't have this with him, so that's not relevant. Read everything. What do you mean read everything?
I'll probably say read everything, and you don't read everything. You just skip
What?
right over the piece of evidence.
What? Was there something I didn't read?
Yes. It's something you've read before, but you need to like click in again on what it actually means.
I don't think this
You
is.
remember the answer, right, Earl?
No, he
Gonna be
doesn't.
honest, I'm angry birding right now. I didn't.
No, he does not.
Wow.
Okay. I'm not reading everything, apparently. I'm not reading everything. I'm reading this.
Let's just say I know this case and what all happened, but I just don't have a shilling as to what I had to put. What we have to put here.
What the heck? Aspen moment. No, that's not relevant. I don't think it's relevant. Dismissal, I don't think that's relevant. That's not relevant. Not relevant. Sure. Mm-hmm. For the past 5 years, they've been engraved with unique serial number. As far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun, which tells us it must have been issued longer ago than that.
I sent you what it was, Earl.
Let me pop it up here.
Read everything he said. It's not
I
relevant
gotcha.
now.
To be honest, I don't know if Isaac's gonna get that.
What do you mean? Is this something I need to remember again from 4 months ago?
You literally
You-
covered
you-
it today.
Yeah, you covered it today. However, you need to you need
Hereby
to read
request.
You need to
Read a bit.
recontextualize the situation. You talked about it for one thing, but you didn't realize it had such a deeper meaning.
Okay.
It's like its whole existence makes it so literally only Jigoku could have done it. There's only one person that could do it with this piece of evidence, and it's Jigoku.
Inspector Gregson was killed. Most logical conclusion, yes. They didn't have full control of the powers stroke to distract him by malicious thoughts, perhaps. Huh? Huh? What happened to Karma? What? Proof that Kazuma didn't do it. What if I just send Kazuma to jail as well anyway? Both of them.
Well, he's already going to jail because he admitted to colluding for an assassination plot. He's already going to jail for that.
Okay, good. So it doesn't matter then.
Conspiracy to commit murder. He's already been like, yeah, I'll take whatever punishment's deemed appropriate.
Okay, I am blanking out. So what I'll do is I'll choose
Do you want to just get a hint and not lose a penalty?
No. I'll lose a
Or you
penalty.
could be like, hey, is
and
it
then...
this? And we'll tell you yes or no and give you a hint.
No. I'll choose something. I'll lose a life, and then I ask for a hint, as per
Okay.
usual.
We'll let Shiro do the hint.
Okay.
I get dibs on doing the hint for that thing.
My
I
gut.
think AZ will automatically know for that thing, girl.
I don't know if he'll get it.
I think there's no way AZ doesn't catch on to that.
He didn't mention it when we initially.
So what? Like I knew I clocked in right away and I hadn't thought about it at all ahead of time.
I feel like you guys are talking about something else, not this.
We're talking about something else at the
Okay.
moment.
It's distracting me.
We're not talking about this current one.
So it should. Okay, my gut feeling for this is. I mean, it was this, but it doesn't make much sense. Cracker. Or the gun. I don't know. Okay, I'll lose a life. Okay, what's the hint?
Okay. So what you need to think about here is the timeline of events.
Hmm.
There's one piece of evidence that because that leads to when the crime happened. If you contextualize it, it proves Cosmo did not do it.
Okay, we know a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first class cabins nearly all the time. So as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without being heard. That very much narrows down the crime could have been committed.
The timeline of events is what you need to
Okay, timeline of events. So, timeline of events. They board the ship.
Yep.
The chicken stroganoff, went on to do the evacuation drill. And then both Kazuma and Gregson went inside the cabin while Jigoku was
You're
eating
not in the right timeline.
Yeah. Confirm your times. Double check your times.
Where?
You-
How?
So you're saying Cosmo and Gregson came on the ship and Chicken left to do the emergency drill. That is not true. When did the emergency drill happen?
10 p.m. Right?
It happened at 10 p.m.
Right?
But there's more to it.
What do you mean more to it?
Read that first line up there. After
Following the departure from port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. Where's
Don't
the
you find that
passport?
interesting?
No.
So, what did Cosmo say about his activities when he got on the ship with Gregson?
Man, you're asking me to remember? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Enlighten me.
So Cosmo said he got on the ship with Gregson and he decided to leave and disembark to the ship before it left.
Before it left. Okay.
And what did that notice say?
So you're saying that the crew member should still be there while Kazuma boarded the
The
ship,
entire time Cosmo was on the ship, the crewman was there.
right?
So if a gunshot had happened, it would have been heard, would it not?
But what?
And we also discussed that the evacuation drill was the only time the gun could have been fired and not be heard.
Right.
And when did the evacuation drill occur?
I'm confused. So okay, timeline of events. Kazuma boarded first before the actual boarding, right? Or whatever. And then everyone else boarded the ship. Am I correct?
Well, the ship was docked in Dunkirk.
Right.
Kazuma and Gregson got on, went to Jigoku's cabin. Jigoku was not there. So they waited. Kazuma left, the ship leaves.
Well, Kazuma left the ship.
Kazuma completely left the ship.
Oh, I see. Okay. I thought Kazuma boarded the ship before everyone else. Okay.
Yeah.
So
No, him and Gregson were traveling together.
But like, where do I get that? Passport. There's a testimony.
But there was also something we established, that there was only one point of time where the gunshot could have been fired.
Right.
Where was Kazuma at that time?
Oh, do I just like send the same thing? Itinerary? Like, I don't have an evidence of where Kazuma was. That Kazuma was not
Kazuma said where he was before.
right, but like I don't have evidence for that. So do I just?
You don't have to.
What?
You don't have it on hand, but you do technically have evidence.
I'm confused. I don't have it on hand, but I technically have it.
You've been told it, and it's easy to verify. I basically spelled it out for you.
No.
The one point of opportunity that Gregson could have been killed,
Right.
if Kazuma wasn't around.
Yeah, so I just send the same itinerary then. No? Is that not correct? That's
Try
not
it.
correct.
Why not? You got 3 lives.
You got 3 lives, he says. Uh,
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
An itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
Wait, why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
Hey Ichigo, how's it going? How's your day?
Hi, AJ.
Ichigo Kurosaki.
What? So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
So, question. If I, being AZ, who doesn't remember anything, how would I have remembered that Kazuma was not in the ship during this?
Kazuma told us directly that he had left Gregson and disembarked the ship, and Rinosuke's going to bring it up again, or Kazuma's going to bring it up, that he signed his name in an accommodations register book. He spent the night in Dunkirk. So it's his signature is in the books in Dunkirk, proving that he was not on the ship.
Okay, no. I mean, like, before, when I was answering that, when I was presenting the evidence, I was going through all this evidence, without remembering that, because that was mentioned however long ago, was there another evidence that would show me that Kazuma was in there?
No, so that you would have to remember him saying, but you don't really need to remember him saying that to know this, because we already established during the course of this section of the trial that the only opportunity that the shot could have been fired was in the 20-minute interval of the evacuation drill. And as Jigoku had just claimed that he saw the inspector, that 100% proves that Jigoku is the culprit and that Kazuma is innocent.
Yeah, but like I did not remember that Kazuma left the ship completely. I completely forgot that. So I was thinking, if I did forget that, was there a way for me to or was there a way for the court records to remind me of that?
Not that specific detail.
Yeah.
But you, as I said, you don't really need that specific detail. You just need to know all the 20-minute interval is the only time.
No. I get that. But like, it has to remind me somehow of all the things I need to know.
The Kazuma part doesn't matter for this part. But Ryunosuke is going to mention it anyway.
Yeah, but he mentions it after I present the evidence. That doesn't count. But the crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly, the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was on board the vessel at the time. You're just mentally exhausted. Oh, what happened? It's still morning, is it not? Or is it afternoon? I have no idea. Woke up too early today. Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings,
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent a night in a boarding house in town and returned to England the following morning.
yeah, I wish there was some way for them to tell us or to remind us of this statement while I'm choosing the evidence for that. Because I would never have remembered this.
Well, the game expects you to remember some stuff. Like, the game can't baby hand you everything. You have to be able to use your brain and remember some stuff.
Especially on the final case.
I can't remember some things, but I can't remember all the things.
Everything is relevant in Ace Attorney.
Which I'm
Regardless.
sure the court will agree is conclusive proof. And Kazuma Soge couldn't possibly have carried out the killing.
No, absolutely not. I do not accept that at all.
What do you mean?
The boy is just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself nearby on the ship.
Objection!
Just waiting.
No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma?
As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked a vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof.
No,
There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're the judge, or you can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man.
Break the stand. Break the stand. Break the stand.
You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jigoku?
it was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
R.I.P.
The
The fuck? What happened there?
It's over. My life is over.
He breaks it, and the stand is just like
It just flew away.
And
So
this
he
is my
said-
number 2 track in the game.
A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan.
This is
Ja-
Jigoku talking.
Oh.
A British assassin to eliminate the professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate the detective in Britain.
The damn trial 10 years ago. That's when this all began. Okay.
Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands.
Hmm.
The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi.
Dobrinosuke.
But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on the way to Britain at the time, in Kazuma's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk.
Yeah, explain yourself, Strongheart.
To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What, the Reaper?
But there was only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation, the Reaper himself.
Oh,
So that means the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
didn't Shom say that he was the one who convinced Gregson to go to France? Or was that something else?
Sholmes was a part of it, yeah.
Is Sholmes the Reaper?
Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin for the dining hall in the evening.
I still think it's Strongheart.
I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door. So I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise may have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I received a British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
When the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered the question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck and throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
Then, on arrival in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew when I needed to take steps that the police would be convinced when the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. In order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided the man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
But must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous.
You should have expected it though, bro. Come on.
On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece on his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece was found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Hatted League investigation. I only arrived at the room around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except at the last moment I made a careless blunder.
What was that?
I imagined it was the bag of fish and chips. I didn't notice it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had an accelerated decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For the crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Strongheart is going to be like, no more questions. We're done here. Nothing you say now can make the matter any worse for you. Just tell me.
Yeah.
What happened there?
I already told you that I cannot say.
Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over now? I'm finished, all of it. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. And I may remind all those present for the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
But like, we should give our verdict to Van Zieks instead.
Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession admitting the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
Daisy, is something wrong?
Hold on, someone
I said
texted
it.
me. Yeah. I just got a text. I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange will do remain dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every
intention of pursuing both mysteries.
You know, if there's a better time to accuse the real Reaper, it's right now when we have 3 lawyers.
Shut up, AZ.
No, I
We
would
don't
not
have
shut
time
up.
for that. As a prosecutor.
We're about
Do
to
it.
leave things as you wish. Now, the formal education and the result of who the other person is in Britain shall be left for next game.
Objection.
Prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred.
Counsel?
The accused innocent hasn't been fully established at all,
What do you mean?
and therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That's the prosecution's unwavering position.
Eh?
But Judge Aguko has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Eric Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Such as?
Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi.
Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. into the sick, merciless assassination exchange.
Well, it may be true, but
So what I want to know is, who coerced Goku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassination exchange is someone in a position to give such an order.
I wonder who could that be?
As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly that would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Beric Van Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
Nani?
Order, order, order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Council. Are you suggesting you have some new information in which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard. And they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps the circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with by Goku and by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say, I'm surprised by quite how tenacious you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Very well, whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
Round two, baby.
Ain't no way.
Just when you thought it was over, round two, and the leg is out. Pray, turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile, unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice.
Lord Van Zeeks.
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. I was gonna call you to the stand anyway. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building this case by calling the accused to the stand as a primary witness. In order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what said the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically.
You're right. You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and as his friend.
Then that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord.
Very well, defendant. You will take the witness stand. And give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
As you wish, my lord. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassination exchange.
No common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Okay.
So you deny all accusations by the prosecution?
Of course I do. What did you want me to just accept it and go with it? Of course it's not me.
Both that you are the Reaper, the Bailey, and your mastermind behind the Assassin Exchange.
I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yes, Kazuma.
Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
I was kind of forced.
Objection irrelevant.
Yeah, true. Objection irrelevant. Desire to uncover the truth.
Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty.
From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth.
I want you to remember what you just said.
I'm not going to remember that. I can assure you.
Enough dilly-tally chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Ah, yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony.
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Do I have to press or can I...
You have options.
Does he have options, though?
There's a link between you and Gregson, though.
Of course. That we were close acquaintances. We'd worked on numerous cases together. I considered him a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there was a, I think there was a achievement on this testimony right here.
Oh, okay. Well,
Can't remember specifically. It's not showing it on this.
how would I know that then? He did, such as what?
Where to buy good fish and chips and such like.
Very important. Well, that was convincing.
Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. In any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university.
That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo.
It should be unambiguously clear that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the ocean to kill the man.
It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Let's be here. Connection between Van Zieks and Wilson. Could it be?
Bum 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 ba bum 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 ba-da-dum bum 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 ba-da-dum.
Objection!
What is this, an autopsy report? What? Is this 10 years old from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks?
What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see that the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth.
Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
I have no idea. This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not that accursed name again. The professor. I personally researched all of the court records related to that case. I know that at the time, the autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zieks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Isogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all of his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. And enabled Lord Van Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court.
Marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? The inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous! And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting.
Which is why the inspector in the corner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain. 2 killers recruited for an assassination exchange.
Order at once.
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, another glass bites the dust, and he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, it's nothing more than a wild accusation. Ooh, who's going to present evidence?
As it happens, I have evidence.
What?
As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. It was a very spooky night, don't worry about it. I went with him in the pretext of the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. My true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced.
And so that's why explains the slash.
There's a closely guarded secret that went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret.
It's because you're not the prosecutor 10 years ago.
While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, let's see. So you're the Isogi's young lad, are you? And what? You gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? I will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind. Well, unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence that we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. For the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak. I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then.
So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
No, Kazuma-sama.
If the results of Clinton Van Zeke's autopsy report were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Dr. Wilson, would have known about it. They could only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barrick Van Zeeks.
But he's not the prosecutor.
He was when when the trial began.
Not the original one.
Yeah. The entire trial was
No,
when the
it's
case
strong
went to
heart. You
court for
can't
against you,
talk me
it
out
was
of thinking
only
strong
that.
heart.
In other words, the defendant did have the cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Exactly. And as we established earlier, it has to have been by the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in the courtroom today, Beric Van Zeeks.
Objection!
Kazuma Asuki.
What?
What you just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Gregson, really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago.
I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission.
In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper.
What?
Or Van Zeeks.
I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like this. I believe I know who it is too.
You.
No, not me.
You?
I just had a feeling this
You're the
name was
one.
going to come up. You said there's an achievement?
No, where you press, it was just fun dialogue. It wasn't actually an achievement.
Okay.
My brain misremembered.
I wonder who it is.
Take that!
No way, he got it first try.
No way. It's not like I mentioned that three chapters ago.
I mean, most people, the moment they see Stronghair, is like, okay, you're the big bad of the game.
Yeah. The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results.
I'm just gonna grab some dinner real quick. I'll be right back.
Dinner?
Dinner?
Yeah.
Sure.
It's like 2 p.m. for you. It's way too early for dinner.
Explain, Earl.
Also, this is like a terrible time for him to go.
As the Lord Chief Justice himself. Well, why don't we take a break until he's back then?
Well, we don't know how long he's going to be gone. That's the problem.
Yeah, because I'm going to he's just grabbing dinner. I don't think it's gonna be long. You know what? I'm going to cook rice while he's gone. Give me 2 minutes. All right, I'm back. Is Earl back? Oh, they're both gone. All right, we'll continue BRB. Apparently not. Lord Mel Strongheart. What a surprise! I am shocked. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed.
I can only assume that it's the most inappropriate joke in the British judicial history.
Well, Lord Van Zeeks,
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. But I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case.
hold on, let me hear popping.
How's my British voice? Better? Okay, cool. I'm working on it.
My rice cooker is popping. Is that normal? Popping like popcorns.
I don't hear any popping.
That is not normal.
Vegetarian pleaded for control of the case.
The investigation to that point, the supplication of the Lord to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All that evidence I was given, the autopsy report, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now, I was very much mistaken.
It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. Okay, so Judge Jigoku did not particularly want Gregson, or like, it's not his choice for Gregson to be killed. He was ordered to ask someone to kill Gregson, right?
Wait, say that again?
They had an assassin exchange because someone from Britain wanted someone in Japan to be killed. But someone in Japan, who is Judge Jigoku, did not necessarily have anyone he wanted to be killed in Britain. Instead, he was asked. He was told the target. It's not his choice.
Jigoku said that it was the Japanese counterpart that controlled everything. So pretty much like it was the Japanese counterpart that was like, these are the victims, these are the assassins.
Right. Yeah, but like it's not his choice. He didn't choose who's going to be the victims, right? He was
No,
just told.
that was
Right.
That was the British counterpart.
Okay. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, Everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. See,
Court await your response, my lord.
this I like. The fact that Kazuma, the three lawyers, Kazuma, Ryunosuke, and Lord Van Zeeks, are against the big bad. I like this.
This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, this is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. So there's a funny thing that I see some people do with this part, and they're just like, Strongheart's just like, your accusation is noted, but I declare myself not guilty.
Yeah.
Accusation. Your accusation is noted, but I declare myself not guilty. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd.
You're in my court.
The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best.
You're going to defend yourself?
You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it.
Oh boy, what evidence do we have to present?
And where's your evidence?
What?
Gregson's dead now, unless he was thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
Come on, Kazuma, your sword.
How is it Kazuma's sword gonna help here?
The Asogi papers.
I forgot how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything.
Ugh.
Gonna lose all
How
my
are the
lives.
Asogi papers relevant here, Easy? What?
Order in the court.
Wouldn't the Asogi papers have all the things that we need to know?
What? Huh?
Intuition.
I'm so confused.
Intuition.
Following Inspector Gregson's murder in the light of Dr. Wilson's death
I
as
could
well.
not express my thoughts, but my thoughts are there.
There's really no one left who can testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there?
So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange.
This course has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied.
Hold on.
I take it there are no objections?
Kazuma has more or less waited for his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. There's someone. I don't know who that someone is. He's probably dead by now. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so, as far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection.
I objected?
Of course you objected.
Goddamn. Ryunosuke, what are you doing? Actually, there is one person who can still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left.
I made sure of it myself. Wait, what?
Testify about the autopsy.
Ubrianosuke, who? Tell me.
Kazuma,
Please. This trial can't end. Not yet.
hopefully I'm not smelling burnt.
Don't burn the rice, please. Go check on your rice. Make sure it's not burning.
Yeah, I'm having chicken anyways. Give it a break.
That's fine. It
You have-
seems fine.
Are you having chicken stroganoff?
Sick.
Chicken drumstick.
Well, if I he just left a pot on in his kitchen and came back to play. I'm like, bro, that is so stupid.
Seems fine. I'm not gonna burn my house down. Not yet. I'm doing it for the truth.
I'm doing it for the rice being cooked in the kitchen.
The person the defense would like to call to the stand. Wait, what? There's someone I want to call to the stand
Someone who knows about the autopsy report that can testify.
to testify about the autopsy of Lord Van Zeeks. I'm lost.
This is information you were given.
Yes. I'm sure. As per usual, I should know this, but I don't. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What do I even know?
Oh, we got another easy forget moment.
Yes. I'm telling you, easy forget moment is every moment. It's
And
eternal.
then you accuse the game of being stupid. You're like, how am I supposed to remember this?
Yes.
Like, no, you're the stupid one for forgetting.
I'm not saying that it's stupid for I'm just saying that the game is not designed for stupid people who forget things.
Well, if you remember things, the game makes sense. If you forget things, that's just your own brain not working.
No, some of the options, some of the evidences don't make sense.
No. they
Who
all
do
make
I call? Okay. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Because Wilson just signed it, didn't he? Makes sense to me. Double checking. Makes sense to me. Wait, but then why if Wilson only signed the autopsy and Mikotoba did the autopsy, he's not bound to the same order to break the law. No. So why didn't he say anything all this time? Quack, I get it.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese.
An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Eugene Mikotoba, 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Correct. The autopsy was carried out by a coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
Anybody who knows how autopsy reports are made would know that you weren't in the room, so you don't know.
True. Neither were we, by the way, but true. In other words, Professor McToba witnessed the entire autopsy. Oh, wait. I clipped outside. Where's the game?
From start to finish.
In other words, Professor McToba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor McToba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us.
I'm pretty sure initially I guessed, Scythe's daughter.
I was
pretty sure.
thinking of Scythe's daughter as well. I
But
thought
she
of
wasn't
it.
there, so
Yeah, but she wasn't there, and I don't think her mom would have told her anything.
The defense's demand is denied.
Nani?
But Professor Mikitoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in a minute.
No need. I am right here. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Lord Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stat. Only a minute ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and the Mastermind being the assassin exchange.
I did. Yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
Wait,
You accuse the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange.
At the time, I don't have the requisite evidence. That's exactly why we need witness testimony.
The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear as to possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
Oh, you did not.
Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. And as for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection.
Ergo, not you.
We all know what will happen. They'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me?
Yes, sir.
Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you'll be remanded following these proceedings, willingly I trust, since you gave your word.
Oh, crap. I did, didn't I?
This futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Asogi,
Objection. Every time you clip, it's just so funny to hear.
that will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over.
Hold it. There we
Hold
go.
it.
Oh, Shams.
What's up,
I thought it
Mikey?
was Renoski. Mr. Shams.
This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public? You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection.
Mr. Shams was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say.
Know what Maelstrom, huh? It's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really, and why would that be?
You need only to recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory? Okay.
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
It would seem that we have a great number of important members of the judiciary present here today. So I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the provocations of your superiors?
Sholmes is here too. This is great.
Order in the court.
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
The auditors of the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence.
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But what does that really do? Since the dark things occurring behind the scenes, dark things indeed. There's a single person here present who can honestly say we know the truth.
What's...
The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is remanded in custody. Eh? Come again? My lord, you present here that you would have covered the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself in these outlandish accusations. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the foundation of the British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Testify, testify.
I like that.
Testify, testify. Well, my lord. You hear the voices of the British Justice, I take it? I think you'll find it rather awkward to silence. I silenced it with a single swipe of my
Court will recess briefly.
Why?
I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for a subpoena of the witnesses at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
It's right here.
Pardon?
Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me here today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse.
Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you?
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
What? I wasn't just asking for fun, you know.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in the matter,
Mr. Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes. However, you have no further use to us here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. I'm totally not going to go prepare more people to come here and talk. Definitely not.
Yes.
I trust you still have Iris's little lucky charm with you?
Absolutely. Still in my pocket.
She sends regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ear is at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to plunge into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. Am I? I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under.
Rionosuke did a pun.
We're in the end game now.
Let us
So
go.
we are now at the point of no return. If we start this, we are going all the way. We are not stopping.
Yes.
It's
Indeed.
2:31. We got this.
We got old man Earl who could probably fall asleep, but we don't care.
Why is she here?
Hi, Maria.
So, witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer of forensic medicine at the Imperial University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, and a daughter of Dr. Seiss, I understand.
Yes, Dr. Scythe.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just
Appeared.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy? But you don't summon Mama? That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I had her born in the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Wait, was she there? Scythe?
Seiss was in the room for the autopsy.
So it's Gregson, Mikotoba, Wilson, and Scythe.
Scythe. Yeah.
But only two of them were ordered to be killed. Why is that?
So I don't think Seiss was directly involved in the fabrication.
I see.
But I think she probably knew about it, but she wasn't directly involved. Also, she is like Strongheart's lapdog. She will do whatever he says.
Fair enough. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe came to light some days ago, defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice decision on that is final.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? What did you just say about my mama?
The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting under these circumstances.
Yes, it's been a while, Lord Strongheart. Prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson in the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
This autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
So where's the fabricate? He would know the fabrication if there's any.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his assistance, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy report would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. The Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. You correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was as a result of that autopsy that the mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy report were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well, then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
I wonder if AZ has any idea where we're about to go.
I have no idea. I thought the game could have ended 10 minutes ago.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there were any indication of the autopsy report having been fabricated. This resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
You're right. I have no idea.
No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication.
Professor McTober, are you certain about this?
Well, nothing I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony.
Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Sogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
Objection. Oh,
If I may, my lord. There is most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, or Clint Van Zeek's, suffered a different fate.
yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it enters the realms of supposition and speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
Say what now?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony, and I fully intend to exercise that right.
Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the ladder of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to a close. Proceed with caution.
Close enough. Yes, my lord.
I thought the improv would be cool. let me have fun with dialogue, you see?
I'm letting you have fun.
No fun allowed. This is very serious matter.
So the one I really wanted to press was this.
Hold it!
But you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Who's Gory?
She was doing a lot of
Does
voicing
that
here.
matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but...
Read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama has told me the story countless times. The statement I made is just exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm it at the time myself. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma.
I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean?
Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it?
Oh, this one is the one. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
Sparkly and round with a hole.
It was a
Oh.
ring belonging to Genshin Asogi.
Excuse me?
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach.
Do you want me to take over one of them?
Well, I was looking at something. Shut up. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the indigenous quarters of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, and I remember that ring.
You do.
My father's possessions were sent to our home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Oh,
Obviously
okay.
not. It was a key piece of evidence. Remains under lock and key in the stalls of Scotland Yard to this day.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there then and there, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
Okay, she might be MVP. What?
Here it is. It's a bit dusty from years in the stores.
And ripped from Spyro the Dragon?
Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen it in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Miktoba. Should we read something into it? Didn't they say it was posthumously swallowed? How is it like an evidence then?
Sir, they did an autopsy report and removed it from his stomach.
The fifth? Okay, I'll go on.
Ah, well, I was just thinking back now.
I'm pretty sure the fifth statement says something like the ring, it was posthumously swallowed.
It was they're saying that it was swallowed by Clint to posthumously identify his assailant.
Oh, posthumously
The
identified.
autopsy,
okay.
the autopsy is how they got it out.
I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Dr. Goy. The removal of the historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
No, sir. However, it came to be here. The court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
Okay. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. Let's look at this. These fat claws are doing a good job protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yeah, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow, my finger's bleeding. The claws are really sharp.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you.
Who would make such a dangerous ring? You can swallow it without doing yourself fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone's clumsy as me, would probably manage to choke on it somehow. That's it. That is it.
We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Fine. I just examined it. I don't see any Asman. No Asman here. Okay. I'm pretty sure I examined it thoroughly. A posthumously identified. Okay. So I pressed 3-4. I couldn't say there was an indication of the autopsy.
Hold it!
You couldn't say.
No, sadly not. But you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side when he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, very well could have missed something.
And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him the implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that, please? It's really weird. Professor Mikitoba, think. Was there nothing that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes. There was, as a matter of fact.
Hold it!
In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled.
Correct. And yet, Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed.
Oh, do you mean to say... You think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims?
There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time.
But...
Genshin Asogi confessed to all his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to have taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
Yet, the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog.
A true hound of hell.
Hold it!
And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest.
Correct.
And after further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
That's a lie. My father was no killer. Barrack Van Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your
Kazuma,
purposes.
think straight.
Your hatred for me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor.
Closed in.
And in the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In a way, only a man of my brother's caliber could.
I have no idea what it's trying to get out of me. It's everything, is it?
Poor father, he looks so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
I wonder if he had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened and remove any trace of doubt.
If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of the fabricated evidence was true,
We
we
can't
can't shy away from this.
even if what we might uncover could lead to a total calamity.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen.
It's your
I'm
father.
surprised you
Watanabe.
didn't immediately see the problem here.
From my observations, I couldn't say there was an indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no signs of internal injury. It was beautiful. Okay, it's the ring. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. What can I present here? Oh, it's about the Red-Headed League. Can I pull the ears of the bunny now?
What? You're not in a corner. You have a very obvious avenue to take here. Do you not find anything about the ring interesting? Because that's your new piece of evidence.
Right.
What do you think about that?
What do you mean what I think about it? Apparently it's Genshin Asogi's ring. No one's refuting that. Apparently it was found in the stomach of the victim. No one's refuting, or well, that's questionable because Mikotoba didn't actually see it pulled out per se. But is that what I show here? Couldn't say there was any indication of fabrication. Don't have anything else. When do I present this? Indicative of a duel. Well, superficial external wounds. Didn't they say there was no external wounds? Oh, no other sign of internal injury. I see.
Did you examine the ring at all?
I did.
Maybe
Thoroughly.
something Ryunosuke says you should take note of.
What did he say? His fat claws are doing a good job protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you're clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, you should think. Ow, now my finger's bleeding. The claws are really sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself a favor. Oh, okay, I see. I see. What am I doing?
Objection!
It's just like, oh, this thing cuts people very easily. Oh, there's no sign of eternal injury? Wait a minute.
Yeah. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring is in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson?
Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then. The victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
There's evidence right here.
That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual is noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
Yeah, just imagine trying to swallow a ring
Yeah, no.
that size.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No.
And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. And why didn't you say something at the time?
Yeah, Mikotoba.
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson at the laboratory that day.
One of you could do Wilson.
Oh, look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't it rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's it now, Mikitoba?
Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see some damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikitoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down.
So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. The argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon my interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated with practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so, and Dr. Gory. Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
Will you open up the dead to find the truth?
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she's supposed to stick up for corpses with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Character development!
Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
Yes, the ring.
What about the ring?
I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident? Can you continue speaking, please?
The one I recounted to you before, about the memory I have of Genshin Asogi as saving my life.
What? My father saved your life?
It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down to some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Just flashback of a flashback.
I'll make it, Pete. You're coming with us. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was spewing from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying...
I've always believed that those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps that I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but...
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. In that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You. That a coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as the mass murderer and have him arrested.
Kazuma, shut up. Open your eyes. Inosuke,
Ryunosuke?
that's racist. You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you thoroughly convinced yourself this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to blatant contradiction that would be born of it. Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
That is a good question.
Oh,
What do you think about that, AZ? If
And then
Genshin knew his ring was stolen and then it was found and being used as evidence, why didn't he raise any objections?
does he have any proof? He doesn't have any
Barrick was
proof.
right there at the time it was taken.
Yeah, but that's still a testimony.
But like still, like Barrick would know like, hey, your ring was taken then, and 2 days. If it's like if Barrick can be like, oh wait, yeah, you were wearing the ring that day, and then like it was already after Clint had died. So if Genshin was like seen wearing the ring after Clint had died, that's immediate proof that the ring was taken after Clint had died.
Maybe Genshin Impact knows already whatever's going on and knows he doesn't stand a chance. Who knows? He's a dead man. We can't ask him now. Earl?
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks?
Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who had accepted responsibility for his deeds and resigned to his fate.
But then,
Oh my, that's very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering with your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing could mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of the final victim 10 years ago.
But if the autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Council?
My lord, your reason is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon?
You claim that my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. There's another possible explanation. You overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining his silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. The autopsy report were an invention. There's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to that autopsy report have been assassinated? If I force grievances from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. About dang time, right? I think perhaps it's you who've been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can show
Oh,
there's
no.
a reason for his father's silence at the trial.
I don't know. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric, the court must be shown evidence.
Oh, buddy.
Good luck. This is another really hard one to pick out if you're not thinking straight. And of course, you gotta jam out to the best song in the game while you do this.
Yeah, I do like this background music. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asoge's silence in court? So it's not. I know I need to present the sword at some point, but it's not the sword yet. I need to present something. Something he knows.
Curious if you'll figure this one out.
We'll see. We shall see.
But the question is, does Earl remember what the contradiction here is?
Photographic print received from Mrs. Vigil in order to.
Angry Bird is more president right now.
No. Okay, it has to be before the autopsy or before the arrest. Before the arrest. That's a good question, actually. Why? I know we just finished the other case an hour ago. Why was Judge Jigoku doing all this for the? He never said a motive for being complicit to this.
I will say it's never like directly stated, but it's heavily implied. We do get an implication as to why Jigoku stayed silent, but we never get like a definitive answer as to why.
And I no longer have the
But Jigoku's not even relevant right now, so.
the collar. Man, okay. What proof do you have could possibly explain Esogi's silence in court? Okay, I'm going through the things that happened before the thing. Okay. No. 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 I don't know when this was, but probably no. No. Possibly. So gun. I have no idea. No. Sure. No. 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 Questionable. No. No. This is like after. No. Okay. First. Deal. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the left, on the little and ring fingers, on the right hand. I thought it was the left hand. No documents in corresponding ink was found. Wait, I thought it was the left hand, no? Oh, this is clean. I see.
The ring was
Scarlet?
on Genshin's left
Right,
hand, but
yeah.
it's
I thought this was Genshin. So why did Clint have scarlet ink stains visible in the little and ring fingers on the right hand? No documented corresponding ink was found. Oh, to sign something. I see. No. Possibly. No. Possibly. No idea. Hold
Yeah.
on.
I'm honestly not surprised you're
Let-
clueless here.
Let me Okay, hold on.
So allow me to
sec.
contextualize the evidence you're looking for. Because it's what you're looking for to like state is not exactly what the evidence is, but it's what the evidence represents happened.
Okay.
So think of it in that kind of like. Don't think of evidence directly at face value. Think about the context of it.
Okay. Kazama-sama has created one last chance for us. We can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? What it represent? So it's after though. Oh, I am squeezing my brain. What it represents?
The piece of evidence you're looking for represents something that happened, but
Yeah.
when you look at it at face value, it's talking about something else.
Okay.
So you need something from 10 years ago
Right.
that represents one thing, but also like contextualizes something else.
Right.
By the way, did you ever go finish your rice?
It's probably cooked. Let me check. Yeah.
It's probably burned now.
I will. Okay, let me do that while I think.
Earl, you remember what this is, right?
To be honest, I haven't been listening. Took his silence in court. It wasn't the sword, was it?
No.
I don't think it was.
Obviously
no.
not.
Well, I can't really go through all the evidence, but
Yeah, I'll DM it to you just in case you
yeah,
talking
just
about
do-
it. There you go.
Okay.
Now you remember.
I'm back. Hello, Beck. How are you? Okay. 10 years ago. 10 years ago.
Yeah. I refreshed Earl's mind on what the answer here is.
No. 10 years ago. Okay. I no, I can't even. Okay. I'm like 99% sure I'm not gonna get this. So
Okay,
what
okay,
I,
okay.
what I
okay.
think no. What I think I'll do is, as per usual, I'll get it wrong and then I'll ask for another hint. One sec.
All right.
10 years ago. If he did say something, a reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent, could it be a part of some negotiation perhaps? I'm trying to think. If he did say something, what could possibly be the reason? What could he have ruined if he was innocent? And if he proved that he had the ring with him, One sec. If he had the ring with him, that would imply the theft. But then that would only point to... Maybe that would only point to Baron Van Zieks. If that was stolen. He's trying to stop that happening, maybe. I have no idea. Or he could be protecting Van Zieks, for all I know. Because it was a Western style sword. The other thought is that if he knows what's going on, if he already knows what is happening, you said Jigoku didn't have anything to do with it, so he's not trying to protect Jigoku. So then, if he knows something about Strongheart, the reason he would stay... If he knows about the other 4 deaths, the truth about the 4 deaths, I don't know. He's just powerless. Okay, I'm going to go with my gut here, I guess.
Take that!
Okay, what's the next
Okay.
thing?
So you need to. So something happened in between Genshin's trial and Genshin's execution.
Something
That would-
happened between.
Something happened in between those 2 events that would be indicative of why he did not say a word.
But like, why would it happen after the trial? Because the trial is when he did not say anything.
Well, the event that it's referring to here happened in between the trial and his execution, but that one event it was like he knew about ahead of time. So if he knew what was coming, he wouldn't have to worry about what the verdict was. Something happened, and he knew it was coming.
Something happened between the trial and the execution 10 years ago. And you said whatever the verdict was doesn't matter?
The verdict didn't change the situation there.
The verdict didn't change the situation.
So no matter what verdict he got, the event was going to occur. Now remember what I said before, that the base, what the evidence is, main intention is also like pointing to this event, but it's not directly discussing that event.
Okay. Pointing to the event.
I don't know if that's a...
Well, no, it is, Earl. You remember, it's the piece of evidence is discussing one thing, but it's like also like stating the event.
Your hint is very broad, though. I guess the question is
because you also narrowing down, because stuff that happened between the trial and his execution. That's not much.
I don't even know what happened other than the trial. Okay. Here's the question.
Even knowing what it is, Shiro, and reading the description of when he passed by it, doesn't really spell it out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The basics of the piece of evidence don't outright state the event that occurred. But
that's very, very weird.
Here's question. When he was arrested, does he know this already?
He knows he's being arrested.
When he was arrested, does he know that
he doesn't know he's being arrested?
So he doesn't know he's being arrested until he's arrested.
Yes.
When after he's arrested is when the idea gets given to him about what happens if he accepts the guilty verdict.
What?
Think about it this way. What would make you fairly happy to go to jail?
Free food, I guess. Free accommodation, no rent for life, no taxes, free gym. I don't know. I gotta live. What would make me happy to go to jail?
Yeah. So
okay, think back to 2-3. What happened? What we learned about the professor's execution, but what did we learn about the professor's execution specifically? Do you remember?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Speak out loud so that way we can see if you're on the right track.
Okay. So the fabrication of the evidence was supposed to be...
Evidence doesn't matter. He got prosecuted.
Yeah. So he got prosecuted, but he accepted the verdict because they'd agreed upon something coming if he took the guilty verdict. So he knew they had fabricated evidence, but chose to stay silent because they agreed to do something after he was found guilty.
They agreed to do something.
And here, I'll add this one more bit of nugget. Somebody took the fall for it.
Oh my god. Again, I was thinking that he knows about the fabrication, and someone made him a deal that you're not actually gonna die. We'll save you, and you'll rise from the dead in the cemetery, until he got shot by someone, which was not in the plan. But if that were...
Focus on Shiro's hint of somebody taking the fall.
Somebody took a fall for something that happened in between the trial and the execution.
Vigil.
What in particular?
Yeah. And other potential benefits are deliverable. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. There is an upcoming event, you're saying. Indication that there are jailbreak plots conceived prior to convicts' incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure. It's not clicking. What happened between...
What? Go back to that last page 3.
It's very much page 3.
Indication that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of the... Okay, so is the deal that he's going... He's going to escape. They guaranteed him that.
So he's going to escape, and he's pretty
To
silent.
accept a guilty verdict and have a free escape from prison.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
Interesting.
Another question. Does he know that if he does this, that Vigil will be dismissed?
He does not know. All Genshin knows is that he is being given some way out of prison by accepting the guilty verdict. That is what this is implying here.
Right.
He had a guaranteed way to get out if he accepted a guilty verdict.
Okay. Well, that's just this then. What was the question again? I forgot. Yes. So that's just this then. The I don't know what the negotiation is and with whom.
The negotiation was take a guilty verdict and we'll get you out of prison.
Right. So it's just this then. Like, what is there more? Like, why would? First of all, why would he take that offer? It's very.
You haven't gotten to the point of the why yet.
Right. Okay. That's good. That's good
Why,
because
why,
I was.
the why is coming. The why will come.
Now, here's the thing, right? This doesn't explain why he would. What was the thing? It doesn't make sense why he would plead guilty when he could so easily just refute the fact that it was stolen from him.
They will explain the why later. The why is very significant, and it is coming.
Okay.
Just go into it.
Okay, fine.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. So I still don't know why. Kazuma-sama? Kazuma? Are you alive? Kazuma! What happened?
Although I find it hard to believe that father would have negotiated that way.
Sorry,
The
big
defense
boss
is
is
correct.
calling.
That's my, how was that for an impression for his voice?
Close enough.
Fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone.
He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary.
I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. Notes read, there are indications that jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government.
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet.
That I can't imagine, if he's a very honorable man. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way.
Order. First fabricated evidence and now jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
Prosecution
Oh,
witnesses summoned new
goodness.
witnesses to the stand.
Who?
Witnesses.
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Barricading?
Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. Summon the governor of a prison after all these years.
They're
He's in
already
trouble at all,
here.
my lord.
What?
In fact, the entire cast is just behind the curtains.
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking that Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that?
Mr. Sholmes' big brain, let's go!
Are you telling me that?
Both men are, unless I'm very much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom this very moment. My lord, you must permit the trial to proceed as you declared at the outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
I did say that, didn't I?
Very well. Bring in the witnesses, and I did not say that. Make
Wait,
no
what?
mistake. I, too, would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Preferably under my foot.
Oh, I can't wait for this. This
Oh,
is
boy.
great.
Well, the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court.
I, Barry Caden, governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me gossip. I sell John's little tidbits to the passerbys.
Your other persona, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name's Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Lost the professor? We've already been through this before a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened.
The convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Probably what you'd call nothing untoward.
Oh, well.
Convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. He escaped, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Sogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Gods, hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
I wasn't threatening. I was just reminding him of what the consequences of his testimony could be. Don't worry about it, my lord. My apologies. Everything will be fine.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony.
Give me 1 sec.
One sec. That has been 1 sec.
Was it from a black hole or something? Did he get sucked into a black hole?
Yeah, I just enough for him to breathe in.
I'll munch
After
on
holding his
food
breath.
while we do this. Alright.
Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of the Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day the Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief water vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
Okay. I was thinking this the entire time. Asogi, thinking that he would escape prison, still wrote the Asogi papers. Right? That's what they're setting up?
Yep.
Okay. So the Asogi papers is... Would it be a confession or... Okay, never mind. We'll move forward.
I didn't care if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire.
Earl, can you take over for Inosuke for a bit?
Yep. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was just jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized the plan?
I didn't ken that.
You're saying you don't know.
Listen, there wasn't anything to boot the professor's case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, couldn't I tell you?
I see.
But if jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there are clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to the crimes he didn't commit.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. But let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Oh, yes, my lord. Sorry. Forgot it was him. I failed to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right as cross-examination?
Of course I do. Why wouldn't I?
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was the official.
But it was from the prosecutor's office. That narrows down who could have issued it straight away.
And it wasn't me.
I can't even say with certainty it didn't originate from the prosecutor's office. But there's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious.
But like, what's his proof that it's like a legitimate request? Quack? Okay. Moving on.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody from authority. I suppose. To catch it up. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you don't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in this scheme was a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
This is the moment like Caden falls off of everyone's like ranking. Like he just plummets through. Like you're a crap person. Like,
Yeah,
why the heck
true.
would you do this to Vigil? Like you could have picked any warder in there, but you picked Vigil to absolutely ruin his life with this.
I mean, to be fair, Vigil was the one guarding Asogi, so it kind of makes sense,
was
but
the-
still.
He was assigned that by Caden. Caden assigned him the role.
Oh, right, okay, I see.
The poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
All right then. Who else didn't know about the plan?
I've no first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd be given similar orders. You don't know who else was involved? Nom nom nom. Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night actually happened. The person at the range was Dr. Steve.
Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Scythe.
Oh, Steve. Oh, Scythe. Okay.
Scythe Stevens, same thing.
Dr. Scythe, Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now.
Huh. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution. I knew nothing of any plot.
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor, the man who terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head.
Hideous treatment. How dare you treat my father like that? I should make you wear an iron mask for 5 years just to make up for it or something.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Me and the Chief Warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. It's still hard to believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the government's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Lost Vigil, I cannot apologize enough.
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
Yeah. I didn't care if there was some negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
But you already acknowledged that the order came from the prosecutor's office who arranged the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't care nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling you what you don't know for sure. I ain't kidding that much, I do.
I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. You're just following orders. Is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. He may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor.
Well, that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Prosecutor Isogi, I believe that I told you not to threaten the witnesses again.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Isogi was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions would have do with getting the jerk out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Oh boy. Hold on. 1 sec, and then I'll be back.
Well, I'm gonna take a BRB2 and check on dinner.
Finish him. Well, howdy do, everybody. How's it going? If you're still watching this, you're about to find out the truth.
Dinner will be ready in approximately 15 minutes. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-da-bum. Ba-bum, 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 ba-da-bum. Did that just for you. Wahahaha.
All right, I'm back.
Hi, Back. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you back front?
Excuse me.
He's remembering something. Mr. Visual, is something wrong?
Finish him.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
He's saluting now. What is it? Some kind of Barclay convention? What Governor Kaling was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps?
For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out memories from that time over my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What makes you think that?
Well, just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to his crimes he didn't commit was the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, the intent was always to betray him. Why would they bother to need any of the chineries of an escape?
That is a very good point to make. Why bother helping him escape if we're just going to kill him anyway?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's quite true.
That's what I was thinking.
If whoever negotiated with Sasogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain.
So they
I should-
they actually just planned to kill him anyway.
No, what Vigil is saying here, it doesn't make sense to promise a jailbreak, break him out of prison, and then kill him. Why not just kill him at his normal execution? That's what Vigil is saying here.
Because you need the promise, no?
Yeah, if they were the person that set this up wasn't going to keep the promise of keeping get
Oh,
him
I
alive,
see what you're saying.
why even let him, get him outside of the prison to kill him? Like, what's up with that? That doesn't make any sense.
Could have just let him go to the gallows.
Well, I don't know. Ask
If-
Strongheart.
If whoever negotiated with Sasogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, emphasis on his. It would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence.
It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in that execution room now. Except for maybe Dr. Seiss, but good luck getting her out here.
Did we get the identity of whoever shot Genshin Isogi? We
do
haven't
not
yet,
know
right?
who shot Genshin.
So can we get Drebber back in here?
Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Truth be told, there's a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me.
Pray tell.
You believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between a Sogi and a body at the top? It doesn't quite add up, doesn't it?
Governor Kidden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony.
God, hey, go on then.
Strongheart seems so happy right now.
It's-
The new line. Read it, Earl.
Seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely.
I cannot see that myself. After all, did the prosecution have no conclusive evidence against the Carlian?
You mean this? Discovered during a victim's final autopsy. There's every possibility that this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard at the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one is going to listen.
Ah, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. This is getting convoluted. Come on. Yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. He must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate.
I really don't think Kazuma's father would have engaged in such a negotiation.
And perhaps something compelled him to agree.
What a terrible thing. Using a law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo.
Nothing adds up. No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem.
Okay.
But can AZ identify the problem?
No. You're asking too much of me. It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. No! Stop doing that.
Wasn't there a new statement that came up?
Yeah, he's pressed it. He's pressed everything.
I have pressed.
I just gotta find a contradiction.
Typically, the contradictions in the statement that just comes up.
Yeah, I was
Typically,
thinking, like, I need to know the evidence, no? That's why I was
You at
here.
least know the statement. You didn't have nothing to bargain with, so we'd have to either show him something that he bargained with,
Yes.
right? Something that he has a value.
There's the ring. Is that enough? How much is this ring? $10 at Dollarama?
It's probably worth more than your yearly salary.
Doubt it.
I mean, it's a very fancy ring for that time. So
These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle.
We've read that before.
How much is this
you have all the
gemstone?
information you need. You just need to present it.
So it wasn't. Wait. I just vaguely remember when he was protecting. When Genshin Asogi was protecting Lord Baron Van Zeeks. Van Zeeks mentioned something about them talking or like whispering before they ran away. No?
Yeah, but that's not really relevant here.
Is it not?
Objection!
We're not talking about that moment.
I thought that could have been when the negotiation happened. Because I would imagine that's when he gave his ring away, no?
No.
Okay, so it's not
If,
the
if,
ring.
if Genshin willingly gave the ring away, there wouldn't be blood on his hand when it was taken.
I mean, they fought first. As
The ring was forcibly taken from Genshin because that's what happened.
okay, so the ring was not worth anything. It was worth $10 from Dollarama.
Yeah.
No, that's not what we're saying here.
Okay. Look at the sword. How much is a sword? $2? Report. So, in his last will, all material possessions and wealth belonging to Kazuma.
Yep.
That means
Page 2.
nothing. That means nothing. It's not a material thing then, no? That he negotiated with.
You could always try.
What do you mean you can always try? Does it make sense?
Present it. Save
Yeah,
and
but
present.
like, it's not a material thing. Like-
Does stuff you bargain with have to be material?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be material. So I'm not looking for a material thing because all the material thing he has will be given to Kazuma. It's not gonna be given. It's not It's not the what he gives
Well, it
to the
doesn't necessarily.
negotiation.
He can give anything he wants to Cosmo, but it doesn't mean that what he had to bargain with was not one of them. Maybe he gave Cosmo the one thing, but that's not what we're talking about here.
What? Okay, if he made if he negotiated with someone that he's supposed to give that someone one thing, right? One thing. If it's material, he would not give all the material possessions to Kazuma. He would say something like all material possessions except for this ring or something like that, because this ring is going to someone else.
This was written after the ring was taken.
Right. Now, I'm not talking about the ring, but like whatever he is exchanging is not material, just based on the fact that all the material possession he has is gonna.
You're
be
reading
given
too
to
deep
Kazuma.
into it. You're going too deep. I'm just gonna say that now. You are going too deep.
So my point is that I'm not looking for a material. He's not bargaining with a material possession. That means he's bargaining with, I don't know, intel or something. Or silence is the bargaining thing. But with that in mind, I have even less things to show because I only have material things aside from photographs, I guess. I have nothing to bargain with. What does he own, even? A gun? No, he doesn't.
He owns the paper, the swords, any intel, anything on his body.
True, the paper. True, the paper.
And whatever possessions that paper refers to.
I will try the paper. I have 3 lives left. I did not save, so GG's. No saving now.
I'm just surprised you didn't read the only weapon I have left.
Yeah, the
On
only
that-
weapon I have left.
What?
I wonder if that's his bargaining chip. The only weapon I have left is my last will and testament.
Well, the only weapon I have left refers to the sword, no?
No. So back when we were talking with Vigil said he saw Genshin holding a paper, which was the Asogi papers. And
Right.
Genshin told him, please don't take this. This is the only weapon I have left.
Right.
So something with the Asogi papers is Genshin's weapon.
So why is that
That was
relevant
Genshin's
now?
bargaining chip, was the Asogi papers.
What? What?
You keep reading. You'll understand a little bit more.
Hold on. No. I'm not gonna keep reading. Let me think this through.
Good luck.
He wrote his last will and test. No, how do I put this?
His last will and testament is wrote.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm making. Suppose I am the other person he's making a he's negotiating with, right? I'm like, guy, I'll get you out of prison, but in prison you gotta write this paper, and you gotta give it back to me. Is that what happened? That's kind of
No.
dumb, no?
That is not how it went down.
Okay, well, how
The
is
game will
that the
tell you how it
bargaining
went
chip
down.
then?
Your key point is that you were told that Genshin said this was his only weapon he had left.
I want to know how the negotiating part happened so that I can
You'll understand if
understand.
you keep playing. they're gonna go deeper. But the key point in solving this contradiction is that these papers were described as Genshin's only weapon he had left. So that's his bargaining chip. It's the only weapon he has.
Bargaining. In exchange for his escape. Okay. Confessing under
You'll understand as you play.
okay, hopefully. Under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Sogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British from breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. That's a reassurance that he won't get betrayed, but what's the bargaining chip?
All I can say is
It doesn't make sense to... Okay.
Heavens, the fellow couldn't have possibly had anything like that.
But you know he did, Governor. Asogi papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Ah,
And they just accepted this in court? Okay. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
you squealed, didn't you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep it a secret?
you can't touch me now, even though you are touching me right now.
Yeah, I'm like totally touching you right now.
Wait, what? When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder.
Alright then. What's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
Why would he say that to a prison staff?
A weapon.
And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Well, yes.
All of the prison warders searched through belongings in his cell, but the will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Eh?
Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
Jings, what are the blazes of your blabberaboo?
It's not computing in my head. Why would you be like, okay, yeah, I'll plead guilty instead of
Once you realize what's going on, you will fully understand.
Okay. I hope.
The will was found right on paper. In the fellow's cell where I said it would be.
But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, you peely wheelie galoo.
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to you before, did I know? You're a lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese. It reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi.
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What inconsistency.
Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
Precisely. As it has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on Barclay Prison was far from above board.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system.
Hell yeah.
This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
What? No. I definitely heard him say that. I swear.
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened on these so-called Asogi papers.
A waste of time. If the will is fake, where's the real document?
Objection.
So, Izzy, we're referring to this.
Referring to what?
So, so Ryunosuke is pointing out the fact that the Asogi papers we have right now
Are fake.
don't make any sense in terms of a weapon.
Right.
So it means something untoward is going on. If Genshin described this as his ultimate weapon, why is there nothing damaging in it? Like, there's nothing of significance in it.
Right.
And I solved this a couple of cases ago.
Mhm.
Not this part.
Not this part, okay? Mr. Visual was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, nearly his own life. How many lives do I have left? Can I have 1 life? 1 HP to the end. And now you're
I mean,
going
if you want to fail the
to
next
do it again.
contradictions and stuff, sure.
You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. I don't know how far ago I saved.
The jailbreak was meant to might have been someone in the prosecution's office. It's clear that some of this negotiation took place. Is your lordship going to gloss over these obvious inconsistencies? What did you say?
Tax-tier 5. Tax-tier 5. Tax-tier 5.
The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
The fuck?
It would seem that the vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. As a warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found about the Suzuki papers and the directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
Kimono?
In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Were no satisfied with calling me a liar once, eh, you wee waffinger?
Huh.
You wanker?
There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore.
Oh shit, here we
Other than
go.
the whole take over my cravat, of course. Is that what you're gonna do, is it?
Square up.
Are you gonna give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
Yeah!
What are you gonna do, stab me? little and large. What a double act.
We compiled the Asogi's will as far as was possible. We complied, sorry. As of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we're much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings, except that ring, arrived safely.
Aye, you cannot deny the handwriting's out of your old man, eh?
Yeah, there's no mistaking that this is my father's brushwork.
Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? Right. I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense,
BRB
your
demonstrator.
cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Hmm. Okay.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right.
Like the bamf out your eye didn't tell me a blatant breach of trust that was.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict was strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right.
Oh, that was sweet. So when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Isogi to make the will for the benefit of his family and his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely.
Ah?
It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
Oh, well.
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
A prison governor cannot be expected to keep the inner workings of the prosecution office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter.
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now.
No, Strongheart.
I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. Shiro.
Is BRB. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I keep forgetting which character Shiro was voicing.
Yeah. I want to know why. I'll do him.
No, I can do it. Another inexplicable mystery then. Well,
I'm back.
okay,
Well,
there we go.
the thing is about that will.
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right?
Yes, report back that we couldn't find it. He grabbed me by my cravat and yelled, "He can't have disappeared completely" in my face.
Aye, well, it's done to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
But it proved impossible to find.
That's right, he said.
That's right. Even before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who had risen from the dead.
Hey, Kiori.
Oh, so you mean...
The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, that was it. Day after I read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the official accusation was made.
That you aided Genshin Asogi to escape from prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal.
I'm afraid I don't really remember anything after that.
Does the government... Oh,
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
Hold it!
I'm just pressing everything. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak.
Aye, from the top levels of the prosecution's office.
What then was on it?
I didn't get it before, I can now.
I do not understand a thing he says.
I didn't know before, I didn't know before.
Yeah.
All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that dog.
What is Ken supposed to be?
No. He didn't know before, he doesn't know now.
Yeah, but like what is Ken like? Is it a word, an English word that I don't know of, or?
Just think of it as an accent.
Yeah, I'm
Just
trying to
speaking
understand which accent it is from. Ken.
Britain.
Ken? Ken.
I think he's Scottish. He's kind of like a Scottish background.
Okay. Okay,
The
then.
director said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell.
Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will. Oh, that's huge.
Aye, that's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Sogi's last will and testament that the sender of the directive was after.
Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Are you a regular player of this game? What does it mean to be a regular player of Ace Attorney?
This is his first Ace Attorney game, Shakes.
What does it mean to be a regular player?
Have you played all the Ace Attorneys?
I don't think that's what it means. In Mr. Asogi's kimono,
Aye, the other one he brought up with him was locked up.
yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right, he was granted much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
I see, I see.
Indeed, he had a number of personal items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword.
His sword.
Garamon, the famous sword of the Asogi clan, bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it about Forget it being the sword of the clan. Could the man have had more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Ryunosuke.
I refuse. Respectful silence.
The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing material.
Aye. He wrote that will before I came to stay with us at Barkley, you see. Dr. Mikitoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements into the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri ink stone, black sumi ink, some Hachi rice. Paper, no doubt.
Oh, I just had a very bad thought.
Do tell.
Yes. You
Speak.
tell.
No,
No,
I
speak.
refuse. No.
Speak.
So
Speak, or
when
if you say later that you thought of this the whole time, we won't believe you.
oh well, I never said that. But like
Big
when he went to the prosecutor's office, it was with who was there? Was it?
We don't know.
But Clint is already dead, no?
Clint is already dead.
Right. Amazing. He was present when he wrote it, he said.
Is that right?
Earl. But I'm sorry to say, letters just look like scorpion and massive jet black earthworms here to me.
Excuse me.
Excuse him. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil?
Sir, it was Scarlet, sir.
The same ink that was found on Clint's ring finger and little finger.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't even blur it out like that.
That means maybe they were investigating it way before and Clint knows about it. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
There's something about the testimony we just heard. Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance. Possibly, or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. Oh, that was Susato. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with his possibly or possibly not important detail.
You've been getting a compliment in chat, by the way.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Read your chat, Easy.
Go ahead. Your model looks cool, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, it was Scarlet, sir.
I've read that message
As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
so many times that I almost know what's coming next. Oh, what did they click? Hold on. What?
If you don't see this after that statement, man.
What?
Earl, shut up.
Man, the Trevor's weapon is starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi had nothing. Must have been hiding something. Something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. Starting to sound. Okay. What was the last one? I haven't pressed that yet.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say?
Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. Even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Starheart, you good, bro?
Witness.
You're mad now, huh?
Is that really what you saw?
He mad now.
What? Sir,
Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart?
No,
Yeah,
nothing at all.
Let's talk about your feelings. How about that?
I apologize. Continue. What do you think of that, Mr. Nodohodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken that way. Oh, didn't have it. You can plainly see it right in here. And it's black as Earl O'Hell's waistcoat. Earl O'Hell's waistcoat.
well, yes, you're right.
Mr. Visual, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night?
Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time.
When do I present the
As soon as
sword?
he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back.
But it was definitely a will, was it?
Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
Yeah, it is. It's not the will, as in the document of the will, but it's what's gonna be given to Kazuma.
This court needs waste no further time on this matter. We'll have the question in our possession. There's nothing more to add.
Did Mr. Visual really see Kazuma's father holding it, I wonder? Hound of Baskerville, of course. It's presented at the court at once. If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, must present it at the court at once.
Do you have an inkling, AZ?
No. When did I ever have an inkling? Scarlet ink. Scarlet ink here.
Objection!
Thank freaking goodness you did that.
The what?
If you'd have stumbled on that after making comments about it saying Scarlet Ink in there, me and Earl would have gone off on you. So
No,
hard.
I remember Clint had like scarlet ink on the
But
ring
also,
and little.
this is the exact same logic you have complained about before.
No.
Yes, very similar. It's like, oh, this piece of evidence says this, and they're correlated, so that must be the answer. You've complained about it before, and now you
Wait,
just do
what?
it instantly.
No, 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 no.
Yes,
How did I complain about this?
it was not this exact one,
Yeah,
but in
no,
the
about
past, where because this isn't a contradiction. This is just like, oh, hey, this document says Scarlet Ink, so that's the
oh yeah, yeah,
contradiction.
yeah, yeah. So, which statement was I? As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I was in my head. Usually, when I go through this, I'm looking for a contradiction against this statement. But then this one is like, oh, you mean this scarlet ink? Which, yeah, it doesn't really make sense to me. Oh, sorry, I didn't read that. Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil, and I believe that's exactly what you did see. Well, he said.
Happens again. You have no evidence to say that.
Also, all I'm gonna say is, AZ, buckle up. It's about to get wild.
Well, I don't have a
Yep.
buckle. Have
Well,
a.
you better get a buckle.
All right, let me grab one real quick. Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yeah, so it does. Scarlet Ink?
Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated.
Well, start appreciating it.
My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man.
Could it just be manicure?
Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately.
What is your point, counsel?
My point is that he signed an agreement and was killed right after that. My point is this: whatever Lord Van Zeeks was writing in that unusual colored ink, Clint Van Zeeks, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What?
What do you mean, what? You explain it to me. You explain me what?
I remember something that troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open.
Was it scarlet?
But Clint was particular about these such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the inkwell was ever found.
Was it scarlet?
So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting
Was it scarlet?
that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was...
Scarlet? The document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing moments before his death.
Then it was...
I see. I see. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vigil,
Sir,
when you spotted Mr. Osogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not?
alright then, but what's on the paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Last will and testament.
If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Osogi said. Well, I think
You really think?
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks.
Dun dun dun! What? No.
Objection!
Wait. I need to.
So the paper that Vigil saw Genshin holding wasn't Genshin's will. It was Clint's will.
All right then, but what's on the paper? A last will and testament. Okay, to be fair, he didn't say my last will and testament. This
Yeah,
will
just
is the
a
only
last will and
weapon
testament.
I have left.
It was
So-
never Genshin's will at all. This is
Clint-
madness.
Clint was
My
killed.
brother's last will and testament.
Clint was killed after writing that paper because they were after that paper. But before he was killed, he already gave the paper to Genshin, and that's why Genshin was framed in exchange for giving back that paper. But they didn't find the paper, and he escaped the prison, but he was still killed. I thought. Okay.
That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes.
No, impossible.
Okay.
That's utterly out of the question.
That also answered my question of like, why, if he knew that he's going to live, would he write a last will and testament? So that answers my question. Because I was thinking like, okay, like how did the negotiation go? Like, you help me escape and I write you a will and testament. Does it make sense?
No, so you're messing up the timeline of events. So Clint died. A few days later, the ring is taken.
Yeah.
A few days later, the Genshin is accused. The agreement is made upon,
Yeah.
and then from that. So you're making it sound like whatever Clint wrote in that was what Genshin was bargaining for to get himself out of this.
No, before we knew that it was Clint. Is what I'm saying. Like I'm wondering how the negotiation went and why he was writing a will and testament in the jail if
wonder
he
why.
knows that he's not gonna die.
Clint was pursuing the professor. He consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught.
But he did catch
The
it.
idea that he would willingly accept his own death is absurd.
Objection.
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing this will moments before his death.
And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained?
Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact the daring jailbreak plot.
Ain't that right, Lord Strongheart?
Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. So one of my main problems with the jailbreak is if they were going to break him out of jail, why fake an execution? Like, this is all done in secrecy. Just walk him out the gate. Like, why do you need to like fake his death, fake his execution, secretly take him out? Just literally just walk him out the door. Who's going to know?
Because then because faking the death means no one can think about like maybe asking him about it or seeking him. You know, if they think, oh, that guy's dead, then that's the story. This guy committed a heinous crime.
They could just say they executed him, and if nobody knows that, they just walked him out the front door. Who cares?
Wasn't the execution public?
No. It was a closed door execution. There was only 2 people in the room other than Genshin at the time. It was the executioner and Scythe. Those were the only people in the room. They could have taken his mask off.
I thought it was
Like,
I thought it was
walked him
public.
off.
That's why everyone knows about it.
No.
Okay.
So the reason the public knows about it is because he woke up and got out of his grave, after his fake execution, and they put him in the ground.
Well, maybe like
That's
even
why the
so,
public knows about it.
even so, there's still Baron Van Zeeks who would question it. Who needs to be reassured that he's dead, or something. I can see the fake death thing. I can see
Yeah.
why that's important.
Anyway, it's just a pet peeve of mine
Yeah.
with this. Like,
For information of the utmost secrecy. No, it couldn't be.
Ryunosuke's realized it, but Easy realized it.
I've heard more than enough.
I have not realized anything.
Pursuing this notion of a phantom while nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
So they're about to go into questioning what was written on it. What do you think Clint wrote before they reveal any ideas of what he wrote?
Okay, what he wrote. I mean, obviously, it's the first thing that comes to mind is that it's the identity of the professor, the Hound of the Baskerville. Whoever's killing the other four, right? He's figured it out. The professor has figured it out, and it's like, yeah, but I can't take them on because it's the entire British justice system. If I'm guessing correctly, what's going on? So he would write it out, and he knows that because he knows that because he now know this, that he is gonna get killed. So he hands it over to Genshin, who is his assistant, wasn't he? Yeah, something like that. Something like that. I have no idea. But why is it Scarlet?
No, my lord, that's unacceptable.
What did you say, Council?
The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
What if we can know the contents of the documents? Objection. The reason why Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death, information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is something that I don't know. It's an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head.
This is where I clicked in.
But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo, has Isaac clicked in yet?
I have not clicked in.
I don't think he has. Maybe when he sees the options. You ready to roll?
However, the difficult the situation might become, you'll work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning. if I'm
Also,
not
why
mistaken.
wait 10 years to execute Wilson and Gregson? Okay.
All I will say is you will get an answer to that.
Okay. That's good. Mrs. Sato. Yeah, okay, I get it. The key. You don't have to spell it out. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. Okay. Now, this evidence, I don't... there's two answers, which is not the first one that I thought of. In all
What are your
probability,
two answers?
I can either choose the key or the sword. The sword is the first.
You're not presenting evidence here. You're going to present a theory.
A theory.
So he's going to present like what, because you're trying to figure out what did he write. He wrote about something. What did he write? He's going to give you options as to what he wrote about. It's not going to have you present evidence yet. So what did he write about?
Wrote about the professor. That's the first thing that comes to mind. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man?
Ryunosuke.
As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I have 3 lives. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Van Zeeks was in fact a report, an accusation, a confession. I would like to believe that I'm not gonna hate Clint Van Zeeks. So I don't think there's anything to confess about, unless it's like a white light type of confession that, oh, I burnt my noodles this morning. So between a report and an accusation, I have 3 lives. How many options do I get? How many choices do I come across? Just this one?
This is all of it. This is all your options.
I have 3 lives, and there's 3 options. Obviously, it must have been an accusation.
An accusation?
Yes, revealing the true identity of the professor.
It would explain why Isogi took it, since it was he who was impacted by the document.
Objection.
No. In that case, the will wouldn't have given Mr. Isogi any bargaining power at all.
Then you're suggesting the accusation was against some other person?
Objection.
No, if that were the case, the 2 men would surely have collaborated to pursue the culprit alone. It was all of Britain. Okay, it's not that. I have 3 options. I can use all of them.
I just love that. How Ryunosuke's just like, oh no, he was making an accusation. He was like, oh, it's against Sugi. No, we wouldn't have given it against Sugi. Okay, so it was someone else. No, they would have pursued him together. Sir, you just contradicted yourself.
Okay. Second.
I'm surprised
life.
you didn't click in with what Ryunosuke just said here. That's all I gotta say about this. I'm
Click
surprised
in
you
on
haven't
what
clicked in.
Ryunosuke said. Yeah, I have no idea.
Like, read what Ryunosuke said and think about your options. There's really only one correct answer.
I mean, there is
one
one
thing
correct
you can
answer, but like how. Once I figure it out, maybe it'll click. But nothing he said so far is out of the ordinary. So if I'm not presenting evidence, I don't get it. I do not get it.
I'm impressed you haven't realized it.
No.
Why are we going back?
Why are you looking through your evidence anyway? You don't need any of this right now.
I'm trying to understand what they're asking for.
Your evidence is not going to help you here.
No, what is supposed to help
It's a
me?
logical deduction here. You got to think about why would Clint write something and then accept his death right after?
Okay, well then a confession then. I have 2 lives left, and I have 2 options left. I have 2 lives. No, I wanted to lose 1 life.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks has penned that day was a confession. No, I'm not.
Confession.
Am I going to hate Clint? No, don't do this to me. Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Enough, Council. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean...
So now explain, like what did Ryunosuke say that I should have clicked on?
He said the truth would be too hideous. The most hideous truth is what Ryunosuke is about to say right here.
Okay, and how is that supposed? How is that going to? How is that going to click in? Like what? What about it?
What is the most hideous truth that Clint could say?
I was thinking the entire British justice system is corrupt. It's most hideous now.
Just continue for now. Like you'll see
Yeah.
what he means.
Okay.
It's
I
easier
just-
for the
I
game to
desire.
explain than me to explain.
No, I'm not. From the very beginning, I've been sussing Lord Strongheart, and I still suss him. Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have been murdered. So was Genshin actually the one who killed Clint then? Believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all.
No, you can't be suggesting.
It was in fact believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself. Every time.
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
The most hideous truth of all: the person who was the Professor was the person investigating the Professor the entire time.
Okay, so then what was the bargaining chip? Like, who was it with?
I wonder.
I do wonder.
Great Van Zeeks fan. Like,
They've been thoroughbreds from the beginning. And often thinks was a paragon of justice. But he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of violence nature. The general public have found out law and order was completely finished. My brother.
I don't. Okay, well, that just made me more confused about what's happening.
What do you mean?
So okay, so the killer is dead. Whoa, what's the whole thing about the negotiation? What's the whole thing about killing?
Because think about so open up the text history right now. Because if general public ever found out law and order in the country would be finished.
Okay, so
Well,
it's still the same.
Clint was a paragon of justice in the capital.
I see.
Like if it got found out that Clint was a mass murderer, especially if people of the aristocracy, oh boy, would that be bad.
Okay, so my point still stands. The justice system is corrupt. Except
Every justice system is corrupt.
instead of just hating Strongheart, I also should be hating Clint Van Zieks. Man, I don't like that. I wonder though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo.
Lord Barak Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order in court.
Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest or the grounds behind the house, he would always take Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he was following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
A jewel-studded collar.
That's right, though sadly. Some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
There's an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold.
The collar from 2-2. Dun dun dun!
What was Tutu again?
So this was the haunted
Soseki
lodgings
case.
case. It was the second Soseki case that Shom said you cannot talk about this case at all. This is why, because the collar was tied to the professor case.
No. Second Soseki case. Refresh me, what happened?
The clowny guy, the Shakespeare guy, got poisoned and he accused Soseki.
Out
The
the brief
ice.
candle, life's like a walking shadow. Poor player.
Did he steal this?
So it was Selden that stole this, and this was the valuable loot that Shamspeare was trying to get a hold of.
I see.
The game just ties all these little details from every case really nicely together. It's so good.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B.
Oh my, you know it?
It's Balmung, is it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville
Oh,
family. Like the hound of the Baskervilles from 1-5.
Well, the Baskerville, why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then. The color you've described was Balmong's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeke's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood in the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from his quarry, of course.
But it equally could have been from human prey.
So it's true then. Clint Van Zeeks wasn't the professor.
What is happening?
Impossible. These Japanese are just making up to exonerate their own.
So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself, and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society.
My father knew that, and he was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That through his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner.
Oh, okay. So the people he killed were bad people? Okay, that's fine. Go Clint.
Yes, murder is okay if the people that are killed are bad people.
It's always okay.
Thanks, Aiden.
He came to the
I'm
uncomfortable
never against
realization
murder.
that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
Clint. He's a strong heart.
The 19th century was truly a miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But those dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth had once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again, what do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Iksogi, turned up in my office one night. The professor,
Yes, we all know shadow of a doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
don't be absurd. The man comes from one of the country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on his estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. Sorry, but I cannot possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on a tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea. And as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Zeke's mansion on his own. You can only imagine now what happened between the two men. But we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zeeks perished.
I don't believe this.
Though in actual fact, cousin my father did.
Oh, that's me. I was so engrossed. It made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. It put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time.
So what's with the killings after that?
Yeah, what is with them?
What is with them, Strongheart?
I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it, that you were behind it all.
Though it was you then, that pinned the crimes of my father.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
And it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him. Naturally.
Gregson?
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff had made statements they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. Worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short a murder weapon to boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. We'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective?
Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genton's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help.
Then a detective handed over the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery in the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, He had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings.
Yes,
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Sogi.
Children are always a parent's biggest weakness. Me?
pathetic.
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel.
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows.
Don't forget, I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, like you understand. So what's it to be, Asogi?
Kazuma.
He did it for me.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was to simply protect Britain from the damage truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
What a rat.
Objection!
I've never dared to let myself even consider the possibility until now. But in light of all this treachery, I have to ask,
Do you have evidence?
the mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey, was it you, Lord Male Strongheart?
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say? Lord Berg von Zeeks? With the spirit of your late brother, the Paragon of Justice should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale of London's masses, I ask you? What brazen? I knew that you'd play that part to perfection. But your role really was that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod of the Reaper became.
Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right.
So, it's still all him then.
So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe.
So with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law in order to mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything.
Amazing.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
You don't make no sense, boy.
How does it make no sense? It sounds about right.
Yeah, let's kill people so we can preserve law and order.
All those who died, huh? It's all to keep London safe.
There is no one left now who could reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this.
That's not gonna happen. You know that's not gonna happen.
I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Sent you DM, Earl.
My homies are DMing behind my back. I get it. I see how it is. Can he do
Probably
this?
not even.
Can the
Probably
trial
not.
really end now?
Hold it.
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At the time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable, for my brother was the source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor begun his terrifying reign.
During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect.
Yes. But it was only once, not more.
Only once, really.
Clint wasn't a culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim was Lord Chief Justice at the time. And it was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However, however much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But
Don't make fun of my lisp. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the
I'm
time.
not making fun of it.
The the woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I've explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate.
So do we not get to see this will?
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection.
There we go. Thank you, Kazuma. You may go now.
Me?
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
His lord. I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon.
Why is it so cold? I set my AC too low. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. This is what I'm talking about. They're like, you gotta remember that one thing, that one comment that someone made. And
It
I'm
was
like,
literally just said within the last 2 minutes.
okay, the last 2 minutes. Let me.
It literally was just said not long ago. Like, I was messaging Earl, I was like, do you think he will catch the contradiction as it goes? And he was correct. You did not get it.
I did not catch it.
You did not spot it as it was said. I spotted it instantly. The moment it was said, I'm like, wait a minute.
Okay. Doubts.
I remembered it as it was said again. I'll say that.
Yeah, the moment it said, you're like, if you remember, you're like, wait a minute.
During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. Okay. Make you suspect, yes, but only once, not more. If any evidence to support that idea, the third victim. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page... Oh... I see. I see.
Once you realize, you're like, wait a minute.
I wasn't paying like too close of an attention to that.
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
How did you know?
Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongar didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed we could draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction?
You're the contradiction. One of them definitely just says something contradictory. It's time to identify who. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Just one page off. Come on, Ryunosuke, think back over his words and find the problem.
And this is just flashback to exactly what he said.
You know. This is what I'm. This is what I meant. Like before you make me choose. You at least refresh my memory, or at least give me these lines. Because if I'm trying to remember something that I read a month ago, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, but this one just happened.
Yeah. Lord
It just
Strongheart.
happened.
See, it just happened, but still they gave me the option. So that's good. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what?
Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
And while said inconsistency remains, the defense has the right to pursue an explanation.
Ryunosuke, what?
Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal.
I have 2 lives left. You claim my words contain contradiction, with which piece of evidence? I ask. What? Excuse me? Pardon me? I thought I was going to
Take that!
select from the lines. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Hisogi. The 2-paged will.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged will, last will and testament.
Ah,
Could it be that that originally there was a 3rd page?
For a moment I thought perhaps you had identified something worthwhile, but a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle. Angry
stop getting
Birds.
distracted.
Governor Caden.
The Angry
Getting any
Birds is
intense
too
part. Stop
good.
getting distracted.
What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and statement. I was there for sure. I remember the black worm-like scrawls to this day. And? And quite certain, my lord, there was a 3rd page at the time.
What?
What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind it correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel.
Nah.
As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now. Conveniently, I saved it.
Yeah.
My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
But too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Hisogi's last word to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The evidence in modeling words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear.
Is it in English?
Yes, sir, I shall only point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read worm language.
Horrible.
This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Hello, I'm here too. This witness stand is getting rather full, don't you think? If I could be of assistance here, I'd happily translate the words into English for the court. It's also not like the prosecution or defense could do the exact same.
Yeah.
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikitoba?
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. Darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem.
A haiku poem. Twist thy head. Did we ever open the pocket watch? We did.
What is Karama?
What is Karma?
The name of the Isoi clan's famous sword. Razor sharp blade,
Favorite
wall,
sword.
passed
Same.
down by generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me.
It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Why are you updating my court records? I'm scared.
You have an achievement you can get, but I'm not going to say how yet.
I'm gonna miss it, just so you know.
All these
No, you're not.
procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue.
You cannot miss it unless you finish the game, so.
Okay. Just so you know, my save file is long ago. Judge.
That's what I said, right? As the presiding judge, I have been accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Too much time has passed. We can never hope to know more than we do now.
I also refuse to believe.
Especially since the alleged will he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime as the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then?
And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve their ends and you had them killed.
However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart. What exactly is it that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikatoba. Were you not too quietly to withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will?
Violence.
In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present.
I have 2 lives. I can lose 1 life, hopefully.
In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
This is my last chance.
Mr. Naruhodo.
I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over, but can I? If I lose all my lives, we're gonna have to restart the whole chapter 5 again.
No, you won't.
My lord,
You
as it
won't.
happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
Come on, keep objecting.
High time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention.
Nonsense. Probably should have watched some of his cases.
What is it, Rinosuke? What do you have?
I dare say the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How? How can you?
Decisive.
Well, it appears there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this
boy.
decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence the defense claims to be so decisive?
What did you say, Counsel? You're capable of mere words. Okay, we're losing all the lives here.
As this
I will say
evidence clearly
this
demonstrates you're not-
situation was the thing that Earl figured out long before any notion of it was brought up. Long before.
Okay.
Evidence clearly demonstrates you're not capable. You're only capable of destroying your own argument.
I have 1 HP left.
I
Come on.
would save.
No, we're not saving. We're restarting the whole chapter 5 if I lose. Come on, Rinosuke. We know that Asogi-san negotiated with Lord Strongheart 10 years ago, using the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks as bargaining power.
And yet after his death, the document could be found in the cell in his prison, on the prison.
So does the fact that it was never found mean could it still be hidden somewhere and discovered all these years? The defense does have the evidence. I'm ready to present it now. We're losing it, guys. We're about to lose it.
Well, it seems you're intent on more self-destruction.
I am. How did you know? How could you tell?
Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable.
1 HP.
An HP in a dream. Okay, so be genuine. Like, you should be able to figure this out. I hope.
No. that was my guess. The sword. I've always been sussing the sword. Is it not the sword? Is it not Karuma? Because Genshin has this.
Okay, but what does that have to do with anything?
He hid it there.
I feel like
This one's really a head twister, isn't it?
yeah.
What if I present the armband?
I'll give him the hint when it gets to it, though. But
No, don't.
I honestly
don't
feel like
say a word.
okay. I'm gonna message this to you though. I'm not messaging you the hint. I'm messaging you what I think about what just transpired.
I don't think we should
Okay,
tell
it's not-
AZ a single word.
Okay.
We
Fine,
just
be
let
like
it
that.
sit here until AZ figures it out.
Okay, are you guys ready to redo chapter 5? Another 8 hours? But like how though? Like how
I mean, you've done the exact same setup before, but you're jumping the gun.
I want you to think the game is stupid.
I am stupid. I
No,
am the
no.
The game is
You're
stupid,
not-
not you. The game is stupid.
What exactly is the evidence the defense claims to be so decisive?
So what is your head at? Why did you want to present Karuma?
Okay. So Genshin has the missing page, or the evidence, whatever the evidence from Clint, right? The one inked in scarlet, right? And while he was in prison, he hid it somewhere. And the only thing he had was the kimono, the sword, and I don't know what the other one was. Books, right? So that's why I chose the sword. Surely it has to be the sword, no?
What about the sword would help him hide it?
I thought
I mean,
it would be.
you pull the blade out, you can see the blade, and like there's nothing there.
I thought it would be like in the hilt or something, or somewhere.
Okay.
Why don't you look at the
Okay.
hilt then?
We go look.
What? What do you mean? Look at. Oh my goodness! I had to click this first.
So yeah, so the whole thing is, Renos is going to say it right here.
Okay. Because like when I suspected this, the Karuma, like I don't know how many chapters ago, I was looking up and down,
So
waiting for it.
It didn't unlock until you got the updated Osogi
For the
papers
third
that had this
page.
line. Because, like, think about it in context of Ryunosuke's intelligence. All he sees is a Japanese sword. He doesn't know much about him, but he sees this line, and he has a realization: twist thy head, and wait a minute, what head can we twist here? And that's what leads you to having to
I
investigate the
almost
hilt.
clicked on the soldier. So I was I right on choosing the sword? I just had to do this first.
You don't
Yeah.
actually present the sword. You'll see. You'll see what
Okay.
I mean.
Yeah.
But
Who's the
also,
head?
once you're done with this dialogue here, examine the head of the sword again for the achievement.
After this, okay. Twist the sword and watch them fall, all the immortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck. That's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion. I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh my god. Yeah, you're right. He is stupid.
I once studied history and development of the katana some time ago. As I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira. So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think?
Ah,
Look what's inside.
Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
Wound, yes. There we go, the scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable willing death. Okay. This is it then. This is it, isn't it?
It's an Arahodo. Look at the signature at the end.
Clint Van Zeeks. And the day 10 years ago on that fateful night.
So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Chronoma, and nobody knew.
The fact that Cosma never opened this up and found this sooner is absolutely hilarious.
And to be fair, you wouldn't think of that part being a compartment.
He's probably
he
also
would know.
trained to take care of the sword.
He
That's
would
true.
he would 100% know, as a staunch katana user, he would know that there's a gap in there, because it was a common thing for a lot of
Oh, was
all
it?
Japanese katanas, that the hilt of the sword has a little compartment you can put stuff in. So Cosmo would 100% know this is a thing he could do.
What do you put in it? French fries?
Bibles, other things.
Bible? The entire Bible can fit in it?
The Bible, yes, that's the book for me.
Wait, oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Let me look at it.
Okay, examine it again.
Can I present this?
Examine the head of the sword again for the achievement. You can't read it yet.
Kazuma respects the sword too much to open the hilt without a good reason. That's fair. I can see that.
That's kind of how I see it too.
A trump card left behind by Genshin Asogi. Wait, I can't examine it, so just present
You
it?
can't examine it. You
No,
will
just
present,
go
but
to-
examine
go
the
to
head
the-
of the sword again
Oh,
for the
okay,
achievement.
okay. I was distracted. Certainly had a way with words.
And he certainly thought up an ingenious hiding place too. It seems almost playful at first, but I do wonder if over the years, perhaps, the duties of the Isogi clan have actually called for such inventiveness.
Protecting great secrets, you mean? Those sorts of duties. Well, I could believe that. Kazuma conducts himself like someone with the weight of his clan's long and noble history on his shoulder. Soki clan appreciator. Fair enough. The third page of the will is just up your butt. So, do I present this now?
Yep, you present the will.
Take that!
There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, the document was lost long ago.
And found short ago. That's right, it was. Only, I have it right here, discovered just moments ago. Even though the katana is with Kazuma.
No, Cosma does not have. Ever since the sword got added to the court record, Cosma no longer had it on his hip.
It was with me? Oh, okay.
It was sequestered as evidence, so it wasn't the evidence pile, like, because in the anime, like they have like a table that all the evidence is on.
Yeah.
So the sword was not on him at all.
I was
Yeah.
just sneakily twisting the butt of the sword.
You're just right next to Cosmo. You're pulling on.
Yeah.
His sword, like,
What are you doing with a sword? Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery.
Gah! Ah! Good acting, 101.
It's pretty good. That's
What
pretty
was
good.
his last will and testament?
I'll give you 9 out of 10.
Thank you.
right here.
It was rolled up inside this.
Yeah, I had this as soon as
Bad
they said the
karma.
papers went missing, by the way. This is crazy.
I suspected the Karma, yes, because I know that was from Genshin. But like what I thought was that was not inside Karma, but I was looking at this like white thing here. Maybe it was just
You never want to.
wrapped around here, not inside.
All right. While you're talking here, I need a quick pause. I have to run to the bathroom. Don't progress real quick, please.
Okay.
Okay.
So shenanigan with me. The moment it was mentioned that he hid some papers and they couldn't find it, I was like, "Oh, it's in the sword." And Shiro, of course, his usual self, was like, "What? Like, what do you mean it's in the sword? How do you place it in the sword?" And then I'm like, "Oh, you could just twist the hilt and it's right in. You can just place it right in." And
I didn't know about the twisting the hilt, but
I knew about it because of Pawn Stars, actually, watching that show.
Oh.
Because when they do it, they twist the hilt and there's a space inside.
Yeah.
And then the Japanese man puts, the person who made the sword puts their signature on the inside of the base, right? Because they etch it in.
But yeah, around the time they mentioned the Asogi papers, I was thinking of the sword and I thought it's the rubber thing. Like instead of I don't know what material this is, but instead of whatever this rubbery thing is, it would have been the paper or something. That's my thought process.
Oh, okay. That's creative at least, but it does twist. So I imagine it would be very ineffective at hiding.
That's true. Or if it's not this, it would be just the next layer underneath. But I did suspect the sword because that's the only logical thing that's coming from the father.
Yeah. But yeah, we opened the sword before. I don't know why. It was just one of my Earl Smart moments where I just got that immediately. the
Also,
rare Earl W.
It's not that rare. Come on, man.
I
While
don't know,
Shiro's away,
that was instant though. Like my brain jumped on that immediately. Like I go through a lot of.
wasn't
theories,
that
right?
like that was chapter 3 of game 2?
That was like as soon as we were visiting Barclay, and he was talking about the papers missing, and then I'm like, oh shit, that's where it is.
It's this story.
Yeah.
I'll be back. I'm grabbing water.
Okay. I might go to the washroom real quick then.
Okay, I should be able to survive the rest of the game now.
Shiro back yet?
No.
Inside Karuma, he said.
Inside Karma.
The ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth.
Did Earl come back?
He's with us in spirit.
The signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
I forbid the contents of the document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. He's so scary.
We really shouldn't be continuing with that, Earl.
Okay. We'll wait for Earl.
To be fair, like we really shouldn't be.
We'll wait for the big boy. Can you believe we're actually finishing today? I don't know what part this is. Like how many sessions we've done for this game. I think this is
Sorry,
like
I'm back.
part 15 or 16.
Yeah, we started with someone. It's like, we probably should wait for Earl to come back.
You probably should have. I just went to the
Nah.
bathroom really fast and whatnot, so.
Nah, we don't need Earl here.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in our country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? The fact that you coerced Clint? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
Ah, wait, what are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
The leg is out, Strongheart. Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason.
Gah.
What kind of things really did a bill that
The
day?
360 view.
Don't do what this man said. Read it out now. We have a right to hear what that will says. A right and a duty.
Well, my lord. It would rather appear as though the proceedings aren't going to go quite as you hoped.
You fools!
Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it.
Read it. Read it.
The prosecution gives its full support.
Very well then.
No, for God's sake! No!
That was a weak no.
True.
Oh! My door's open.
W-
My family can hear me.
Without clipping. I
Alright,
penned this.
let's have AZ do this. Do it in kind of like an English accent. You're Clinton here.
Yeah, you gotta do an English
I
accent at least.
cannot do it.
Come, I gotta hear this.
Let me try. I have to hear an English accent or an accent before I can do it.
I mean, you could just kind of copy my Barrack voice if you wanted.
Or you can copy mine.
No, I can't. I can't visualize it right now. Okay, who is speaking
Say-
right now?
This is Clint.
Clint. Okay. English accent. I cannot think.
It's wrong, mate.
What are you,
You got this,
waiting
mate.
for? Just read it already.
I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit in my, that's not even an English accent. I
You're
sit
good.
at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint von Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Von Zeeks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse. What? I will not hear discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of the Lords, at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to I cannot do accent.
got this.
further his own
You're doing good.
interests, abusing his positions of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. The dog! That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am the hunter of some experience, I'm a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, mild Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow.
Dun, dun, dun.
Do we not have a
And
dun
he's
dun dun
smiling.
soundboard?
Nope.
But
We do not. No.
So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming him his victims. His extortioner. Lord Mel Strongheart, it was you.
Like, I can't believe he's smiling at this point.
Yeah, look at that smile. If Clint
Like,
was
he's
the
just smiling
professor,
as
then
if he didn't
Strongheart
just
was
get
the
called out for all the crap he did.
That's funny.
And that makes Gregson a student? A
Oh,
college student.
Strongheart. A moment ago.
No, Asogi would be the TA.
Sogi's HR.
You
HR.
claim that was reported to third to restore justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do
Is hide behind it.
was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me. The third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles.
Okay, so I can still like Clint then. I'm still good. I'm okay with that.
As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? Eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down.
It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of law falls into reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire.
By murdering the man.
The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
I ordered someone else to kill him.
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
And who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with
it's
Jigoku.
Dang. Just Jigoku.
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation.
Repatriation.
Sorry.
Close enough.
Jigoku had a fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words for him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough.
Seishiro, you fool.
As you know, Asogi escaped a prison in closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan.
Ah!
There was an unexpected visitor in the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Trevor.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequent the London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night? Blast, if people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock every foundation of the empire. Then what do?
Kill them
What
both.
do we do?
Oh, that's true. Why didn't they kill Trevor?
So that was my main question. Like a lot of people are like, well, if they kill a student of the university, that's going to raise a lot of questions. But I'm just like, take the mask off Genshin, put it on Drebber, and put Drebber in the grave.
Or just like get rid of Trevor elsewhere. This is a cemetery. You can just like dig.
Yep. Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that it has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever.
See, the other thing is, if they were to kill Drebber here, that would be more things that Genshin has against both of them.
Yep.
If they killed Drebber here.
Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger.
Shoot her.
How Drebber didn't hear that conversation beats me, but
Yeah,
Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood spread over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modelist's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night.
no, she didn't listen to you.
And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night.
Cool. What happened 10 years later then?
It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from the British counterpart, not a request.
So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard.
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
Sideways.
Comfortably, knowing that law and order is being upheld in this country.
These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought a crime at all.
How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way.
You just need Lord Van Zieks to object as well.
And then you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting up the defendant as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That enough! Do you have any idea the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done this for this country? This has been my struggle.
You've done nothing. With Lord Van Zieks here worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name.
We're gassing him up. Van Zieks.
Cosmo's now defending Merrick now that he realizes,
Yeah.
like, okay, you're good, bro. I trust you now.
And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hand through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asugi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darkest recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. He's
You
losing
little.
it.
When will you get it through your thick skulls?
He's losing it.
Thought it was all for Queen and Country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more.
People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest that you don't ever talk of justice again. Look at him shaking, seizing up there.
Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me.
World's
Wait,
fastest
It's starting to
clapper.
become me, my dear fellow.
A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance.
How many claps per second is that?
The answer
What
is
are you
yes.
talking about? What are you talking about? Faster! Faster!
Those delightfully
So if
great
you ever-
expressions, the beautifully pronounced Queen's English.
If you ever play the first Ace Attorney game, case 1-5, you will see a reference.
It's a callback.
Okay.
This is a callback to that case. The way he's clapping.
Faster!
It's a very big callback.
Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness.
You fraud. Keep your mockery.
Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said.
What are you trying to say?
I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it? Done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly. But yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No?
This would not fly in any courtroom ever. Like, oh
Yeah.
yes, I did all of that stuff, but you said I'd done nothing, so
Yeah.
that means I'm all clear, right? No, that's not how this works.
And we're
Also,
acting
may I
like he's
point
right.
out what happened to Vigil and Caden? They just suddenly vanished.
Happened to what?
Vigil and Caden are just
Oh,
gone
yeah,
now.
yeah.
They just disappear.
They just bounced.
It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime.
Yes, you have.
I've merely been surrounded by fools who acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses.
And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining?
Bargain. When you're telling people, "Hey, murder this person, or I will spill the secret," that is inciting a murder.
It's called
That is
blackmail, my guy.
coercion. Those are both crimes.
I would like to address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider this situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen?
You get
To
get
learn that the
jailed.
infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracies himself. The evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors something, that the Reaper the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by Scotland Yard's inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
General public of Britain knew the truth. All faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We would be cast back into the lawless days of the last century.
Thank you. Pizza. Precisely
Get
as
a
if it
little
were
fever?
100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals.
Man, now I want pizza as well.
Think of what we accomplished instead. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect the new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Chief Inspector Grigson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you?
He has a point.
Oh
He's so
no,
strong. I just don't know quite
the
unforgivable.
sheeple.
But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? Can't deny that the threat of the Reaper has been on. Oh yes, no wonder for the crime rate. And my family is a foul. That's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Strongheart.
No.
Strongheart. Strongheart.
Not Strongheart.
Strongheart.
Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary.
I'm just gonna drink my wine over here. Don't mind me.
For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance to the overwhelming wishings of the court, the record shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
You've conclusively proven his guilt.
A true Machiavelli.
Yet he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Ryunosuke.
It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really one path left open to me. Okay, this time I'm going to save. That's way too long ago that I saved.
I mean, there's only one option left. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. You should know automatically what you're doing.
Yeah, we know immediately.
I don't know immediately.
If you're left in a corner, what do you do?
Fine. Fine.
So instead of saying Strongheart, pull the ear, pull the ear.
As I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in courtroom is hard evidence.
Ba-da-ba,
But Mr. Naruhodo,
ba-da-ba,
what evidence is there to us to use at the stage in a trial?
Great Pursuit. Is that the name of the song?
Yep.
I have an idea.
The Great Pursuit, the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Very nice. I don't know whether anything will come out of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence now, it's now. I've pulled it. Or do I have to present it?
Yeah, you have to present it.
Take that!
Oh my yes, Sholmes asked if he had it with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then and heave.
Alright, here goes. Heave.
My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice.
Mr. Sholmes.
You're looking in quite the wrong direction, man, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here.
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
What the heck's happening? It's Mr. Sholmes. He
By
died.
me, I'm just a holographic image now. Don't
It's a
worry.
ghost now.
I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
Delighted to be here again.
Lord Strongheart.
Sholmes. Sholmes.
What is the meaning of this? Bailiff season, put that man in iron.
Irons.
This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man.
Yes, I've been warned, which is exactly why I'm here like this now. What? Hold on, my lord. Wait, we just go right through.
Aruba, Jamaica, ooh, I wanna...
I like after this comment. Can't touch this. Dun,
Don't mind me as I do the Macarena over here.
Can't touch
I'm
this.
afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. The great detective you see before you is composed
Yeah.
of entirely light shadows. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is...
Are you familiar with, I wonder, the invention that's known as a telephone?
Sure. Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of a speaker's voice is converted into electrical signal and transmitted directly to another place.
Instantly, but close enough.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused?
Iris and I did some modest experimentation and developed such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Oh, Susato.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought I might just as well transmit the entire scene.
What incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest.
You mean to say that you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have had no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father, I would have hoped he might have been forewarned. Being a great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you.
Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here. Which would, I hope, lead to one naturally asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was waiting. I'm at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
Garden?
Not just any garden, you understand? Garden at Buckingham Palace.
Oh no. He is with Her Majesty.
What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace?
What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Sato? I've never heard of it.
Ryanosuke!
I don't know
Do you ever
what
read the
it
news,
is.
Mr. Naruhodo?
I know it's the palace. Mr. Sholmes. Is Iris with you there?
Now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
What? What?
What on earth is all this about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order! Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen. They can't be. I mean, no! This is some unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective. That's all.
Unforgivable, distasteful trickery. What an apt description.
Do we get to see the Queen?
A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her.
Indeed. By dint of Herlock Jones' remote cinematography.
You meddling!
This is some kind of nightmare. Yeah. Just as I appear standing before you, regaling with talk of my latest invention. No doubt that you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
Yep.
He snitched to the boss. Yeah.
He indeed did.
You!
I confess I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivable, distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No, I was merely...
Sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
Vicky? Victoria?
Queen Victoria.
Queen Victoria.
Iris, there you are.
In fact, I have a little message from Her Majesty.
A message.
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore.
Ah.
Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days.
So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight
You're
fire with
fired.
fire. Justice in this country need to be administered from the shadows at all.
Mel Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future because you're no longer the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. I wish we could see the Queen.
Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned!
Oh, there goes the unicorn.
The unicorn. Oh,
Guilty. Super guilty. Even more guilty. Boom.
And he burned alive.
oh shit. He's still
The
standing.
guilty flame comes
Oh,
down
there you
upon
go.
Strongheart.
Of the scale guilty. Turning Super Saiyan.
So when I was streaming this, my stream was crashing during this cutscene.
That's right.
Now
You
we
look
flip
at
to a
it.
crisp.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do everything and anything in my power to contain this situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but I wasn't there.
What precipitated jailbreak, I presume?
What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that I facilitated Sogi's escape. He would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps this isn't the case.
Sorry?
How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
What? You didn't read the whole thing earlier.
We only
Get back
read
to
the
reading.
interesting one. Okay, alright. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you followed in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancements. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. I could not do accents without having someone in mind.
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that his document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper.
What?
Those final 2 wishes were that
Yeah.
the document survives and one he can't commit to paper.
The second they cannot commit to paper.
I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude of my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
Poor Barrick.
Yeah,
Clint.
poor Barrack indeed.
One of the best prosecutors in the series,
I like Barrack.
if not the best.
Barrick's my number 2.
Mel
Number 1 is
Strongheart.
Kazuma.
I don't count Kazuma. Kazuma's only laid 2
No,
cases.
Kazuma is still a prosecutor.
Technically.
You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
So now you're getting that answer.
Okay, finally.
To ascend to the very peak.
He wants to become king? Is that what's happening?
These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I could have no real power to affect the changes needed to this country. And for that promotion, I need to ensure no remnants of the past remained.
How could you?
I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away.
Were they using oil this time? 1800s?
And for your ambition to
I
succeed.
guess they have oil lamps.
Do you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, we return
My
Santa to his
boy.
rightful place and for adjudication to an old friend? My lord.
As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings of the gallery.
I definitely was
And I
not
must
one of the
say-
people chanting Strongheart a few moments ago. Definitely not.
I shan't
That
ever
would be
forget the
awkward.
extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today.
That would be so awkward.
The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo,
Yes, my lord.
on behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of imitations. That if British justice, so warped and twisted over a long history, was finally to know change. This might just be the man to do it.
What? Gassing me up?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks.
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend Kazuma Sogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever patient judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the truth, a true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. What about Iris?
It was best to last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. Oh, I also forgot to mention Iris. Damn it,
Yeah.
Mr. Naruhodo, I was supposed to be for last.
Well, I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair.
And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even.
But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true.
He said the name of the game again.
What, Justin Trudeau? So that we can continue to walk this straight and narrow path ahead. Come on, Barak, smile.
Well, I must excuse myself now. Now that I've caused a massive ruckus in the British judicial system, I must make peace. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones of corrupting British justice have now been silenced.
Although I love how she was like, she would have been unable to act like, bro, she's the queen. She can
Yeah, she can do
Strongheart, you're
anything.
fired at any moment.
What do you mean? Thank you very much.
She didn't have to have a reason. She can just be like, Strongheart, you're fired. Goodbye.
So, until I cross again somewhere over the rainbow, goodbye.
Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we'll meet again here in this courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak Van Zeeks. In conclusion of the proceedings, I hereby declare to the defendant, Barak Van
Guilty.
Zeeks,
Not guilty. Confetti. Congratulations!
that is all. Court is adjourned.
Alright, scram. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much?
Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, let's go back to what's his face, the the person who was transmitting the discs, right? Where we first found out about the four names.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did he intercept that from Strongheart, sending that to Jigoku?
He would have had to.
No, he didn't intercept it. He was the one in the telegraph office sending it, but he was making copies of them and then
I
selling
see.
them to foreign ministries.
I see. Riran stole the lot. Yeah, I know he stole it.
He stole it because he was in a position where he would get these transmissions and he'd be the one sending them out.
Yeah, and he
So
was
copying it and sent them to people that weren't supposed to have.
he was supposed to sell it to the
McGill
short
did.
guy, right?
McGill did.
McGill did, yes.
Yeah.
So what the Russian girl from 1-2,
Mm-hmm.
she never appeared again. That's all her role is to quote unquote kill Kazuma.
So the whole setup with her was like she was trying to like keep her secret, and she ended up like knocking Cosma out, and Sholmes twisted it into making it seem like a murder to get Cosma out of it. So Sholmes used her as a medium to get Cosma sent back to Japan.
Right, but like
That was
her,
the whole
her
the whole purpose.
yeah, her character only exists in 1-2 basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. And I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Sato.
Oh,
Oh, she says. Oh shit. What?
I didn't read it in time.
Yeah, I didn't read any of that.
But I really couldn't have. Oh, no.
Your kind words.
words mean so much to me.
It really was a splendid show that I'd have thought you'd been smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum.
Well, it's been a 9-hour stream. Of course, I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Do I look
Yeah,
like the
look
kind
at
of person
that! Look at that
smiles?
smiling face. Mrs. Sato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Nah, he's gonna smile. He's gonna warm up.
Lady Sasato, do you not realize how have you never seen me smile? Why would I be smiling now? Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you've demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear.
What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh, well, thank you.
What magnanimous words.
Close enough.
Oh, you want to say magnanimous?
Yeah,
Magnanimous.
magnanimous.
Magnanimity. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Sasato?
Yeah. In spirit, Kazuma is smiling upon us.
Are you sure?
There he is. Mrs. Sato? There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, and he really was here.
Yeah, I heard you talking about me behind my back, Sasato. But anyway, more in Van Zinks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
I owe you an apology.
No, 'tis I who should apologize.
Damn, just kiss already.
Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps. I made an unforgivable error of judgment. Can offer no excuse.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect.
Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Kazama-sama, thick thighs save lives.
After all these chapters, man.
The moral of the story.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What was that?
The will of that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father.
Oh, that was before the duel. I wasn't paying attention.
Wow.
Really?
What if so?
He's there in the photo.
Yeah, I know, but like, what if Asogi won then?
No,
What
so the whole plan was like Clint want like so, all right. So Genshin went to Clint is like, I know what's going on.
Yeah.
Like, I know you're the professor, and Clint got like Genshin offered him a way out. He's like, I will take you down. I will put a stop to this. And then Clint's like, okay, let me write this down. Because Clint was very remorseful about what he was doing.
Yeah.
He was he really did not enjoy doing this, but he had to. So because the way it is, the first one was all Clint, fully him. The second one onward was Strongheart coercing him, because Strongheart figured it out on the first time. So he was starting to Clint began to kill people that he didn't want to kill.
Yeah.
So it was draining him, it was hurting him, and Genshin offered him a way out. So they were gonna duel it out, but Genshin is a highly accomplished swordsman, so Clint was never gonna win.
All right.
You'd have to be really lucky.
But on the off chance that Clint won, what was the plan?
Clint was never gonna win.
Yeah, on the off chance.
There was never a world where Clint was winning that fight. Clint
On
wasn't
the
trying
off
to win.
chance. There's a chance.
wasn't
It's a
even trying to
non-zero chance.
There is no non-zero chance. It is a 0 chance.
Is this me? Is this Clint? Yes.
Yes, this is Clint speaking.
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I've confessed my sins to my wife. May she find the resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What about it? Oh, the second one. All right.
What can that second of his final wishes have been?
That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that.
Are we really never going to find out who Iris' father is? What?
It's the friends we made along the way.
All those people
Father.
are fathers?
All those people.
Yep. Everyone is Iris's father. There you go.
Her mom's
Kazuma is Iris's father. There you
right.
go. It was 10 years ago, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government.
We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance.
You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done.
I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry there in hiding.
Excuse me?
A lady of the gentry.
She is not in a good way, and she's with a child. The birth is imminent.
Oh, wait a minute.
As a medicinal man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope.
By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin?
Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked to me by a man I knew, as his dying wish.
Dun dun
What
dun!
the heck? So, Baron
goodness.
and Iris are siblings? Is it? Am I understanding this correctly?
They're
They're not
siblings.
siblings. Where are you getting siblings from?
They're not siblings. One's an uncle.
What?
Barrick is Iris's uncle, is what this is implying.
Oh yeah, sorry, uncle. Yes, not siblings. I got it mixed up. Uncle, yes. Damn. My goodness.
I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know I can truly rely on.
What did you say? If something should happen to you.
Take my child, Garp.
Tomorrow night, you're going to be...
You never know, though, do you? What life will bring.
Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once, with Seichiro and...
No, not with him.
Pardon?
This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugen.
Right, I see. Very well then. That very night I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound lay asleep on the ground. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger.
I know this story. She's been carrying that child for 20 months.
I broke her waters to precipitate the labor as she weakened further. It was a tortuous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. In the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically,
Mother died.
my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain.
Classic.
I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was a precious little in it, but it was old travel trunk that caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over all the years, made of top quality leather and fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville?
When the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
That's right. The newborn was his daughter.
But that makes no sense. Why on earth would Clint have not entrusted the child to me in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he'd confess everything to his wife. So he must have been beside her with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
Now you understand why Sholmes didn't want to talk about it.
Fair, fair. Where's Iris, by the way? Are they gonna be close?
Well, the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeek's family as much as possible.
I don't believe it.
I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese madness here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her.
That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume.
He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold.
Really. All it can be said is that I did for the child was to give her a name.
Oh.
When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape the grief of losing my darling wife. So it's her name that I gave the little girl.
Your wife's name, Professor Miktoba. In other words,
The name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba.
oh,
That's right, Ayame, or in English, Iris.
Iris.
Da 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 da.
I had no idea.
Next closest thing to actually being Susato's sister. Yeah, sure.
Yep.
It's an Naruhodo. What's wrong?
This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard.
Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
No, Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you.
You see what excessive tugging can do? Let it be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require social measures. Bruno, Susie.
Oh, Iris, we were just talking about you.
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you must simply come too.
Um, I'm
He can't say
I'm
no.
afraid I couldn't.
No, you should say no. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No? Really? Oh, poo.
Oh, you made her sad. Come on.
But I give you my word
Uncle Barry.
that I could present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude and to tell you the truth that I'm your uncle.
Uncle Barry indeed.
You promise now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
Alright, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ow! One final pinch. Goodbye, was it?
Well, I think I ought to be leaving.
To where?
Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me?
Oh, they're going on a date? Cute.
Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
I have. You're welcome. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks.
Yes.
What are you intending to do now? Become Chief Justice? Oh, damn.
Well, certainly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no!
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see.
Don't be a fool.
I need a second.
Why does he need a second now of all time?
Go on.
Are those the actions of a man who was once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now you've finally been freed from that disrepute. Your next battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips, my mute apprentice. I waited for a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Rinosuke Naruhodo.
Kazuma Sogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. It's not the only one who's...
Ryunosuke. I love how Ryunosuke still hasn't realized that Kazuma's never changed once in this entire game. He is the exact same person he was from the beginning of the first game.
Mm. It's not the
Like,
only
a lot
one
of
who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
It's really funny how like everyone's like Kazuma's changed. Like he's never changed. The only thing that changed is where he was. He was in a position to start going after his goal. So he came off as more aggressive because we were against him now. Because in Japan we were on his side and the aggression was targeted towards Ouchi. But now that we were headed against it, it felt like he was being hostile towards it, even though like that's the same hostility he had towards Ouchi. Like, he was always the same person. He never changed.
True. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. Must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must.
Do we have to help her, though? We've had a really long day.
True. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. I'm staying in England, in Britain. I'm home. Oh, Gina. Ah,
About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Otto.
what are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, ain't it? And I gotta go off with a bang. I mean fireworks, ideally. Well, you ain't got fire. Smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
I mean, there are smoke fireworks that you can shoot into the air. So
I
Is that
wouldn't
wrong?
know. You tell me, fireworks salesman.
no, they are.
Sorry
they are
about
real.
that. I'm back.
We actually have multiple ones. We have like a flying spinner that will leave a smoke trail going up as it flies away. We also have a gender reveal one that
Yeah, but
shoots
there's
streams
still
of smoke.
there's still sparks, right? The fire part.
Two degrees. Like
It
some of
doesn't
them
explode.
have like sparks with them.
Yeah. There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right, I'll remember that.
I don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mr. Mikotoba.
Ah, the world famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure, a sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the Phoenix runaway was concealed himself?
The heck is this? Is this gun? Are these gunshots?
Don't
VR.
question it.
What's VR?
Victory Royale.
Yeah, for sure.
Would you believe inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin?
I would believe it. Yes.
I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there with you at the scene as well, Sholmes.
What? You were? That's why. Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still.
You know what they're referring to, right?
Yeah. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey.
And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mrs. Soto are we?
Must say, I haven't seen Sasato looking so happy in a very long time.
Ah, Bruno, there you are.
Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat.
Is this our table? From now on? This the chest?
Don't worry about it.
Time to fill me boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing my Copper's Club. I ain't going back with what I know's best. It's Ziva's life for me.
Damn. It's no longer investigator or Inspector Gina.
You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny?
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh,
And anyway, no matter how I try, the Reaper ain't never gonna accept a dive and turn dick, is he?
well, people can change, you know.
Are we gonna see Van Zix here? Please make it happen.
I
Yes, that reminds me. I rise softly offer to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
Yeah?
It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached.
That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, he measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else.
Nah, you're not a detective.
Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss.
Yes, Jenny. Yes, he was.
Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh, about that. He's kind of dead right now.
Alright, it's decided, then I'll do it, and I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him back kicking and screaming.
Have fun with that. You're gonna bring a pile of bones, aren't you?
I'm
not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
Yes, I think Gina, it might be best to, well,
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Jenny.
Eh?
Iris. Did Sholmes fill her in?
Well, obviously I've been wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me about something about myself. But I've caused a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world.
Greatest mass murderer in the world?
I don't think that matters in what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley?
What's every word, Iris? So she was talking about him the whole time. She wasn't talking about Clint
Yeah.
in that way. She was talking about...
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
Don't cry, Sholmes. Don't cry, Sholmes.
I think, Mikitoba.
Yes, Sholmes?
I think that I would express my gratitude to you.
Oh?
For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you.
You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say that.
Well then, I think this calls for an lengthy
All
violin
right.
recital.
Time to go
You
home,
say?
everyone.
Oh, well, the food will go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Are you sure a week is long enough? I was...
Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experience whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell.
Naruhodo.
Oh, Professor.
Are you alone? I didn't hear a sound from Sasato's room.
Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of.
Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up.
What did I do? Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I made up my mind many years ago never to tell who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all.
Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wish before he died, you mean?
Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Sasato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why.
When I read Seki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt.
Baskerville. Am I just gonna repeat the words he say?
If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you would have made the connection to Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Sasato knew of the unpublished story as well. Story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time.
Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly. With a work of fiction, but based on a grim reality of a huge beast being used as a murder weapon. Dog was the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Sasato might arrive at the truth. So I invented a story that would have collapsed, about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigation she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of Baskerville story, I mean.
Sholm sent it to me. That was before Sasato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Sasato came across it, of course.
Uh,
It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter, decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping.
so you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father.
That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
Oh,
I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
I'll go tell her right now. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging for your expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma Susato-san and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside of me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself.
Path of a defense lawyer, right?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, sounds like you made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Well then, must say it's extremely welcome news. So make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now, such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I bid you a good night.
What are you doing there, Susato? Susato-san.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hi, Beck.
Did you hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but.
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well, from the part about the Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning.
So you made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
I have indeed. Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to I did want to earlier this evening actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did. With the sad music. Susato-san.
Ah, yes?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me, after all. She was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. Look at that shovel.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks you have a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
So me, I am ashamed. Susato-san. Thank you. Time to go. I can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Bruno?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course, I promise.
Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least. It felt like old times.
Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I could say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris, you do that. Honk.
Hi! Nani ga suki?
I was not expecting you to make that reference.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off,
I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
Would you
I'd
take
like
his
you-
sword?
To take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor,
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What?
Cute.
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
This line never translates well into English, but it makes a lot of sense in Japanese.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Don't do it.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Runosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
One of them's missing a tip.
One day.
We all know.
Crossed.
Thanks, Captain
Once
Obvious.
more.
Just
We'll
the
fight
tip.
a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Hi.
A peculiar twist
Danny
of fate
Gus.
brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey.
Only the
Who
best
knows
of
where
memes.
fate will lead me next. Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So, I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection.
Objection!
Very nice.
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Very nice. Dude, we finally finished the game. I thought it would never happen.
It's done.
GG!
GG's indeed. I enjoyed that.
Now let's all agree to never do this shit again.
What? Cinema, indeed. What is this a flashback?
No, this is just character talking stuff. It goes way too fast for you to even read it. You have to go.
Yeah.
You have to go back if you want to fully read it.
Yeah.
You might
that's
just
all
read
right.
it in your head real fast.
Good
read
thing
it.
this is recorded. I believe in you, Shira. You can do it.
No. Absolutely not my dear fellows.
So is
So Ace
this
Attorney 1 win.
when I was just about to get to that. Is this the longest Ace Attorney game?
No. No.
Well, are you count if you count like individual games because this was a 2-game set? I would
Right.
say no.
Okay,
'Cause I
there's
think
like one trilogy.
Spirited Justice is longer.
Yeah, Spirit of
There's-
Justice took me and Shiro a long time.
I think if you count individual games, Spirit of Justice, which is Ace Attorney 6, is the longest game.
I see. So there are 6 games before this, right?
Well,
How many games?
if you go chronological order of the games, like based on the time frames, this game is first, and it's Ace Attorney 1, 2, 3, Investigations 1, Investigations 2, 4, 5, 6.
I see. Okay, got it.
That's the chronological
8.
order.
And you're saying 6 is the longest.
I would say 6 is the longest Ace Attorney game.
Where does this fit? These 2 games.
These 2 games are first chronologically.
I mean,
Because they
like,
take place-
in terms of length, how do they compare
Length?
to the other ones?
I think the 5 and 6 I think are the longest games. I think this game Ace Attorney, Great Ace Attorney 2 is the third longest.
Okay, that seems manageable.
So
then.
the main reason 5 and 6 are longest is because both of them have 6 cases. Because they have
Oh,
a
I
bonus
see.
DLC case. So those are both 6 case games, so that's why they're longer.
1, 2, and 3. How long would they?
1,
would
2,
it
and 3
take?
are very short. They're game 1 you could probably finish in like 2 weekends.
2 weekends. That's
Yeah,
short.
no
to
joke. You can finish the first case in probably an hour.
That's long.
Oh, you literally just get jumped right into court.
Yeah. So you can finish both case 1 and case 2 in one night. Well, it might take more than a couple weekends, but like it depends on how quickly you play them. But like the first couple games are pretty short.
Fair enough. I'll definitely
Like,
have.
as I said, the very first case is like an hour.
Yeah. I'll have to find
long as you
time
don't
for
pull an OD
this-
admin.
for the because that's a big commitment. Doing
Yeah,
all
but I will
the
say
Ace Attorneys.
The best individual game is Investigations 2.
That's what I keep hearing. Yes, Investigations
Like-
2 is apparently the best.
If you go collection of games, Great Ace Attorney is the far and away the best.
Mhm.
Because Investigations 1 is kind of bad. It's
Yeah.
probably the worst in Ace Attorney
Oh
game.
yeah.
But it has the best waifu.
So
Earl, I'm going to smack you.
do
Don't
you need?
remind me of that woman.
It's like 1 and 2. Like, do they carry over the story? Do I have to have?
1, 2, and 3 all like have a narrative like leading up to like the finale of 3. 4,
Right.
5, and 6 are the same.
Right. How about
Same for,
Investigations 1 and 2?
1 and 2.
I see.
Investigations 1 does have like a couple details that get brought up in 2, but
Yeah.
1 and 2 for investigations are pretty like closed off on their
I
narratives.
see.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like Investigations 2, like let's just take what we did in Investigations 1, but actually write a proper story and like elevate it to a 10 out of 10 game.
Greg
So I would probably Investigations 1 is probably a 4 out of 10 for me.
I didn't even notice Gregson. I was too busy thinking. There was a posthumous credits for him.
Yeah.
Very nice. Dude, I'm going to count how many hours we had to do this. This is a lot longer than I thought it's going to take.
Oh, it went long.
Yeah, it went long.
Well, it was mainly because of the Yodi Asman moment.
Nah. The Odie Asman thing was like 5 minutes at most.
Let's see. When was the first Great Ace Attorney stream? Let's see here. Find part 1. Okay, there's part 1. I'm going to total up your hours here.
Okay.
It's going to be based on your YouTube VOD stream.
Yeah. That's how I count them, yes.
So we can keep talking about other things while I do this.
I'm also trying to count.
Let me do it. I got a calculator doing this.
There's one on the live, and there are some on the live, and there are some on the videos because somehow YouTube didn't capture them. But this one is 10 hours just today, by the way. You know, a year ago, if you told me that a game is 4 hours long, I'd be like, that's too long for me. I would never. I
always forgot what Dali Vigil went in for. I can't remember. It was
impersonating an officer.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, this is by far the longest game I've ever. The longest games I've ever played. Because Earl made me play
the trilogy.
The trilogy. I mean, even 999. How long was that?
You took, I think it was like 4 weeks, and you did like 8-hour weekends.
Right. Close to 20 hours, right? Or more than 20 hours. Close to 25. And I'm like, that's too long, man. Little did I know.
I think it was like 14 hours and like 27 hours, and then a shorter 18, if I recall correctly, for the 3 of them.
Oh, for all of them. Okay.
Yeah, separately.
Is VLR the longest one?
Okay, I have a total.
Yeah.
Does anybody care to guess what total
it's
I got
more than 70 hours. It's
what do you
like
think, Earl? What do you think the total
75.
is?
62.
You are both low.
Wow, 105.
Higher.
Higher?
I have 107 hours.
What the fuck are we doing?
My second guess was like 2 off. That was pretty good.
Damn, 107 hours. Did
That's
you include
great.
this 10 hours today?
The cat is more popular than the girl holding it, apparently.
That is crazy.
Yeah. Waga High being a top more popular.
To be fair, I read very slow, so if I did this myself...
Also, we were bantering a bunch.
Yeah.
We got stuck on some stuff.
Lots of Angry Birds.
If I did this myself, it would have been longer because I read very slow. If I had to read it out loud. This Susato. I want this Susato to come back. This is a great Susato.
That's not Susato, that's Ryotaro.
Ah,
That's
it's true.
Ryotaro, that's not
Ryotaro, yes.
The cats.
Oh, ouchie. So, ranking the characters. Hosuna... okay.
Hold
I
on, we can
think
get you
right
here,
now,
hang on.
my most favorite is Van Zeek's. Second favorite is still Hosonaga. In the first game, Hosonaga was my MVP. Was my goat. But I really like Van Zig's character. So Shiro, when are you playing 999? That's the real question.
He knows it's not as long now.
No, not 999 is no, not even close, bro. This is 107 hours. That's like a tenth of this.
Here you go, AZ. There you go. Greatest attorney tier list. Let's go. Do it.
What do you mean?
Character tier list. Let's go.
Character tier list. So if we're just game one, Hosonaga top one. Oh,
We've got to do both games together.
Tier list. Oh, there we go. Oh shit! Oh, we're doing this. Do we want to do this right now, or do
Do
we
it.
want to wait?
We may as well. We're right here.
Okay, let me change this. Oh boy, how
And
do
also,
I do
make
this?
sure to share the screen with me and Earl so we can see it without the stream delay.
Change this.
Oh, you're
There we
missing the part where we say goodbye to Gregson.
We're fine.
Oh, we'll finish the credits.
All right.
We finish the credits.
I don't
How do
think
I?
there was anything in the post credits.
No,
I don't remember.
Formality.
Formality. All right. Well, we're going to change to tier list as per Shiro. Why can't I find it? Window. Window capture. Tier list. All right. Can you guys see it on Discord?
Yep.
Both?
I see it on
Yeah,
Discord.
I can see it.
Okay. I have to remember all the characters. Okay,
We can help remind you if you're not sure who someone.
yeah. So I want
Strong
I need an anchor.
Can you
Who's-
zoom in a little bit so that way it's more tight on the screen?
There we go. Should I just go from first to last, or
Yeah, just go in the
Just
order.
go
that's
first
on
to
there.
last.
all right?
Order as you go.
I don't like this guy. This guy, he is I would say he's an okay villain. I'll put him at C. Who's this? I don't even remember this guy.
That's
This-
Asmund.
That is the 2-3 victim.
that's Asmund.
That's Asmund right
I
there.
don't see Asmund anywhere here. Man, there's gonna be a lot of C's, I think.
Yeah, just roll with it.
So what I usually do is when I'm doing Ace Week tier list is like if it's a victim that we don't really get to know at all, I have like a whole tier. I make a tier in it that says like
Yeah.
unknown victims.
I
But
wanna
this guy is a dick, though.
Asmund. So Asmund, we don't know much about. I want to put
we
him.
know we know a little bit that he was
Just
still
a little
the
bit.
victims we do get to know a little bit
There's-
about, but we don't get to know them. Is the thing?
Yeah, there's not really what do you call this? Character development. It was just mentioned for the most part. I'll put him in D. Chief Justice. Yeah, I want to bump him up.
You
to
can move as
B.
you go. Like if you feel like he needs to move up later,
Yeah.
you can.
But the only reason is that I really don't think he was that good of a villain. He's cunning. This guy. This and the Mario one. I put them in D. I'm back to
Hold
the
on,
title
I gotta
screen.
call.
Why are you treating us so disrespectfully there, Gov?
Hold on. Let me close the game so I don't hear the music. There's gonna be a lot of C's and D's because some of them only appear in like very briefly. Placeholder, I'll put them in D. This juror, I would say also D. What did he did she do anything as a juror?
She talked a lot. Yeah, you could. You
I'm
probably end up with like majority of the jurors just
no,
just
because there's one juror. This girl. This girl is A. Um, this guy win the
inconceivable.
bank is
Stop.
also A. So this juror is A because she helped us a lot with the deciphering of the things on both times that she was a juror, right? One with the pictures and the second with the radio. Uh, Next one. Remind me the names as I go.
That is Joan Garrideb.
Mrs. Garrideb. She's all right. I think the she has a reveal, right? I think she is B
Yeah,
or
she
A.
was the culprit of 1-4.
Yeah. Yeah, she's B or A. She's fine.
I'm also totally not doing my own on the side, just tossing characters onto the list.
Yeah. Albert Hairbrain. Is there an E? I don't like this guy at all.
you can add a row.
That's fine. I'll leave him in D. Mason. I actually like Mason even though he only appeared briefly. But he also just only appeared briefly,
I'm
so
back.
I'm gonna give
Hi, back.
him a D.
Putting him under the housewife? Oh, male under the housewife? What the?
No, it's the same. It's the same rank. What do you mean? Same tier. I mean, this girl, the fireworks girl, we didn't really
S
know.
tier.
What's that?
S tier.
No,
That's my S tier.
really? Why? She didn't do anything.
She's my waifu pick of the game. That's why.
She just exploded us.
That's the point.
That's the point. He didn't do anything. Olive Green, I actually like as a character. She's also A tier.
Dang. I'm surprised you put
Kazuma,
the Morse code lady pretty high.
Morse code lady is very helpful in both times that she was a juror. She was very
Yeah.
helpful. The first time was with the camera thing. The second time with the radio. She was goaded. Fifth juror number 5, right? Or 4.
Yep.
She's goaded.
I think she's 5.
Yeah.
No, I think she's 4.
She's the
because
one
I
who's
ended up doing evens that round.
no. She's not the one who deciphered the 4 names, but she's very vital. Kazuma. Oh, Shiro, you're gonna hate me for this. So
Don't you disrespect my boy.
Kazuma, I like him in 1-1. I like him in 1-1. I thought he was like a really good character, and then 1-2, he just often died, quote unquote, died. He just fell and died, which I really hated. And then when he came back, he was like his thoughts were clouded. His thoughts were clouded by he's just clouded by revenge. Um, I don't know. I think he's like strong heart level. Honestly,
The entire Ace Attorney community is going to fight you for this.
I'm sorry, guys. Don't
You are
at me, but he's.
disrespecting the most popular character of this game.
I know. You mentioned
Because
that.
the problem is you don't fully understand like how his story like comes full circle and how it makes so much sense with the writing for his character.
It's not our opinion. It's not our opinion. ID's opinion. Right? You wanted to see this.
But
I'm
gonna get so flamed. Here's my thing, right, with Kazuma. If you follow his whatever he's doing, like the one that I don't like the most, aside from him dying off in 1-2, the one I don't like the most is that the fact that he said, I don't care, I'm going to do what I want to do, even if that means I what was that, betray anyone's trust and all that. I'm like, all right, dude. All right, dude. You're Chief Justice level. He was almost a villain. He was almost a villain. He's above Chief Justice. I'll give you that. If that makes you sleep at night.
No. S tier is the only correct
No.
position for Kazuma.
No, Kazuma is very weak as a character to me.
If Madame Tuspels is an A, I don't know why.
Madam Tuss. Okay, we'll get there. This guy is
Yeah, Earl's not gonna like my list if he thinks Tuspels belongs in A.
who's this?
I think he does.
Who's this guy?
That is
That is one of the
the
jurors.
Forget what he was doing.
Oh, with the magic. Yeah,
He was the guy with the knife who's like grinding on the desk all the time.
yeah. Juror. D. Not much. So far, I'm okay with my D tier. Even Fireworks Girl, she was funny. She's a little bit funny. I'll bump her up, but she's not
Eh.
S tier. I'll bump her up because she's funny. But
Yep. I will argue Tuspels is useful.
Tuspel's very useful. I would give her an A. So her mannequins or her waxworks are really useful. Scythe, I at first did not like Scythe. I know. What else did she do aside from being involved in 10 years ago?
Coroner, she was the actual one that stabbed the victim, and she was part of the cover up.
Stab the victim.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was the culprit of 2-3. Remember?
Oh yeah. But I actually do like whatever she has going on. So either C or B. Is she better than Kazuma? She's not better than Kazuma, I don't think. I'll put her there. Now I'm thinking if Mason should be higher. This guy.
Balloon seller.
Yeah, balloon seller. This guy. You know what's funny is that this guy is actually a better villain than Strong.
He made you laugh at least, though.
Yeah,
the going alive
Out,
thing.
out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. The poor place.
He's a better villain than Strongheart, I think. Even though his thing is shallow, his backstory is shallow. Giselle Brett.
Assassin.
Okay, she's not the real Giselle Brett, but I know her as Giselle Brett.
Yeah.
What do I think? I mean, the fact that I was impressed with 1-1, I think, is mostly thanks to her. It's 1-1, right? Or is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's 1-1.
1-1 and 2-1 is where she is. 1-1 and 2-1.
So 1-1. I enjoyed 1-1, and I think it's mostly thanks to her. So I'll give her B. Waggy didn't do anything, but that's a cat. I can't put a cat any lower.
Okay,
than
now we know this isn't serious.
He did walk into the courtroom at precisely the right moment.
He did. This guy.
News reporter.
And
he was the culprit in that case, killing Giselle Brett.
Was it confirmed that he actually killed Giselle Brett?
Yeah. He's the one who stabbed her in the back. And
no, well, he stabbed her in the back, but that's not what killed her. What killed her was the poison.
Yeah, but it didn't work fast enough.
No, it wasn't that it didn't work fast. He was trying to kill her before the poison symptoms could show, because it would point. If they found out the poison is what killed her, the list of suspects would be super small.
Yeah, we don't know much about him, right? Aside from
he was onto something, though. He was very onto something.
He was trying to put out the truth about Cosma's death, but he was being silenced by the government.
Yeah.
So he was getting frustrated that the government was letting a known killer go. So he was trying to take justice into his own hands, which brings up a point 1-5, 2-1, 2-2, and 2-3. All are vigilante justice. If you look at all the culprits, they're all vigilante justice.
Yeah.
Taking matters into their own hands and becoming what they hated. It's Ashley Graydon hated McGilded and wanted him dead, became a crooked person using his money to twist the truth. Wrighton hated that Giselle Brett was getting away with murder. Meanwhile, he's also trying to get away with murder.
Yeah.
Olive Green
I'll put
on an attack against Shamspear.
Yeah, I'll put him in D because we don't know much about him. The corn girl.
Eater.
The corn girl. I'm trying to remember if she made me laugh at some point, but I think she'd be mostly the
The only thing she does is like she slams the desk with her corn
yeah,
instead of instead of whatever they have,
that yeah.
their fists.
The Russian girl in
Yep.
1-2, she didn't really do anything, honestly. She did that. She almost killed Kazuma, but that was mostly self defense ish. I don't know, kind of D. I don't recall much about her and her story and her personality. Sasaki's funny. I would put Sasaki C. I'd put Sasaki C.
Wow, okay, so funny only gets you to a C rank. Interesting.
He's funny, but he did not add to. He did not help me per se. Because these
Meanwhile, Cosmo,
people,
who's the most helpful person on this list, is in C too. So shut up.
no. Well, no. Strongheart is helpful too, but he's C. C is decent. Like in my eyes, C is decent. Is like baseline. D are forgettable, I would say. B are okay. Yeah, I'll try to justify this. So D is every character that I don't know much about, or a character that I hate, like Hairbrain here, right? I don't know much about these characters, so they're D. They're like, and then C is like, okay, I know them, I recognize them, but they don't really I- in with regards to Kazuma and Strongheart. So Strongheart is just not a good villain. I think it's pretty one-dimensional villain.
Thank you.
He would be a B, but I put him down to C. Kazuma would also be a B, but I don't know.
You'd be S if you understood him.
I don't like Kazuma's way of thinking, I guess. So C. But C is still like I know the character enough to like them. You know. I
Well, you clearly
respect
don't
them.
like Cosmo, so
Yeah. Damn. I'm getting flamed already. So B are the ones that I'm doubting this girl now.
See,
There's
see,
she
my
has a
other
lot of
problem is why is Mason above Cosmo when you hardly know a thing about him?
but Mason is very remember when his son was like, "Dad, we got to do this," right? And then Mason was, "Dad, you got to help me do this thing." And then Mason was like, "Well, I can do it for you, but son, you got to be a good man, a good person. Don't be clouded by evil like Kazuma." Stuff like that.
That's not how that went down, but okay.
It's same thing. I don't
No,
remember,
it's
but it's the same vibe.
Meanwhile, Cosmo is going on a journey to protect his father's honor.
Yeah, for the wrong reasons.
You're arguing tooth and nail about this, man. My fireworks girl is just as low.
Well,
My fireworks girl is even lower. What's the point?
your fireworks girl.
He's a D tier for me.
Mind you, this is probably the first tier list that I've done. So I don't know. There's still a lot of characters, so I might adjust near the end.
Mainly the way I do character tier list is part of it is like, do I like the character?
No,
in my interactions
The
with
question
them?
is, do you
And
want
the
Izzy to
other
make
part-
his list or your list?
No,
I'm just saying how I normally do
Yeah.
it because Izzy's saying he doesn't really do these. So what I do is, do I like the character, and I do it based on how the character is written. Because it like one of my main things is if a character is written to be hated, and like that makes him a good that makes him a good character still. Like yes, the character
Yeah.
is meant to be hated.
that's why
like, a lot
this
of people
guy's
would
here.
put- Like he is a good example. He's meant to be hated, but like that, like a
It's
lot of
just
people just
fun.
put him in D tier because of that. Like, oh, I hate this character. So
No,
that's
that's not how
you
I.
gotta recognize the writing,
Yeah.
which is where Cosma takes number one for me because his writing is incredible.
So uh, my way of thinking about this is that whether or not in my journey to get to the final or the end of the game, did this character help me in any way. Windibank, or do I respect this character or something like that, or do I like this character's um, arc basically? So Windibank, for example, Windibank is the MVP of whatever, like was it 1-2?
Wow.
He protected Gina. He protected Gina, and that's very honorable of him. I respect that.
Meanwhile, Cosmo protected Renosuke in one run.
Damn, he's not letting go of it.
He was
Queenie.
protecting Renosuke in the beginning of 1-2.
Yeah,
He was a
okay.
huge help to Renosuke in 2-4 and 2-5.
Yeah, I don't know about that. 2-4 and 2-5.
Kazuma's
Ryunosuke had
spirit
to
was
like
helping Renosuke the entire game, making him more confident.
Ryunosuke had to snap Kazuma back to reality because he was so clouded, and he wanted to kill Van Zeeks at so like at a point, just to because of his desire to
You
avenge his
have to
father.
understand Cosmo's perspective. Yes, his
Yes.
judgment was clouded, but you have to think about where his mind is at in regards to thinking about the case.
Yeah, but like also think about Van Zeek's perspective. It's the same side of the coin, but Van Zeek's never wanted to kill anyone, right? Because Van Zeek's is
Well,
S tier for me.
He wasn't driven on a vengeance tour. He wasn't out for vengeance.
He was kind of when he
For the
became the
entire game? No.
prosecutor. No, but when he became the prosecutor, they have the same thing about their with the avenging their fathers. But I liked Van Zeek's
What?
arc more. Or no,
What?
not father for him, brother, but someone they care about. Anyway, Queen Bee. Queen Bee, I really enjoyed her thing as the juror. I cannot recall which cases they appear in. Either B or C actually. I'm trying to remember what they did, because what they did would give me an idea of what where I would rank them. She cares about her husband's business a lot, to the point, but she didn't help us that much, I don't think. She's not B tier. I'll leave her there. Who's this? Beef?
Beef Stroganoff.
Beef Stroganoff. I remember he has funny moments, but he's also kind of like a forgettable character. C or B? C or D?
Yeah, I just realized I don't think Chicken's on here. Poor Chicken.
Chicken's not here. Well, there's Stroganoff.
He can represent both.
Sholmes. I mean, Sholmes has to be S tier. I do enjoy. He's funny. He helps me a lot, and I do really enjoy the dances. I would give Sholmes S tier or A tier. I'll put him S. The maid. So here's the thing about the maid. I thought she's gonna play a bigger role because she appeared in the image, the picture, right? The stereogram. So I thought she's gonna be a very important character. Did she actually have any big part, or was she just
not
a
really.
juror? Yeah. So aside from that, she's um, what do you call this? Forgettable.
Salty Shiro's gonna point out another thing. You get mad at Kazuma for being on a vengeance. Meanwhile, Sholmes lied to us the entire game. You're like, oh, that's fine.
That's true. I was debating whether I
Sholmes
should
lied
put
to us the
S
entire
or
game, but it made sense. It made sense why he was doing everything he was doing.
but then okay, he lied to us, but it's like 20% lie and 80% being so helpful that we solve our cases. So he's very helpful.
But
So
why was the lies necessary?
What's-
If he was going to have us do the truth saying, what's the point in lying? Just
This
pretend
is
like you're
true.
not there. Just be like, I wonder.
this is true,
Never heard of
and
what you look over here.
I'm glad you pointed that out, because the fact that the fact that the reason I hated 1-2 was mostly because of Sholmes' lie. So I'll bump him down to A. I'll bump him down, but like top of A. Uh, Juror, he didn't really do anything. There's another juror, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know much about. This is the chemist, no?
No.
No, that's a different one. Okay. Mikotoba is alright. I think Mikotoba's alright. Trying to think. Yeah, he's better than forgettable, but he didn't really do anything other than expositions, I think. This guy, I don't even remember this guy. Oh, this is from 1-1.
Gorkio.
Yeah. And Barry Caden. I don't know. I don't know much about Barry Caden as well. Roly
But-
and what's that?
What?
What do you mean what?
He was the central figure in the final case. He's the central figure in the final cases. What are you talking about?
I mean, he was there. He was a witness, but all he did was fire the other guy. No, was follow
He
orders.
was a huge part of the professor case.
He is a part of it. I don't know. In my eyes, he didn't do enough.
This
to
is a
help
very
me.
interesting tier list.
So Roly. Oh, Roly. I really like Roly's character. I would put Roly in B above Cosmo. Where's the other girl?
Please, sir.
This
Please,
girl.
sir. I'm very tired, sir.
Yeah. These two, I really like their story, their arc. Even though Roly did the oopsie with the body. But that's fine. I forgive him. Gina is very funny. Gina is easily A tier. Is she S tier? I don't think so. She's A tier. She's
You have
A
the
tier.
link for that thing? Can you send it to me?
It's in his chat.
Yeah.
In his chat?
Yeah, in AZ's chat.
Mrs. Vigil. I don't know much about Mrs. Vigil aside from she is looking for her husband. So she didn't really play a lot of a big
She was
part.
also a juror.
Yeah, at some point she was a juror, but
Juror
even
obsessed
then
with beauty.
she didn't. Yeah, she didn't. I don't think. I can't
She had
remember
one
her.
point. She had like one thing, and that was her gossiping about people, and that actually brought the case to a new light. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
I mean, to be fair, like every juror has their moments of giving me clues,
Earl, what the heck is that?
but she's forgettable. I would say
That's my list.
What are you doing Danganronpa for?
I was just doing it for fun.
Iris is easily A tier.
I do
as
have
well.
problems with that list, though. I have many problems. Let's see. That character doesn't belong there. That character doesn't belong there.
It's
that
basically
character
how
doesn't
much I
belong there.
like that character. Like my preference going through the series, how much I actually like that character as a character.
See, if we're talking about how much I like the character, Strongheart. No, not Strongheart.
Yeah.
This two
we're
would be
talking
S tier.
Danganronpa there for a moment, but Earl, only three of the characters in your god tier would stay put for me.
Like even the corn girl, if we're just simply talking about how much I like the character itself, the corn girl would be like A or B.
At least you probably agree with shit tier, right?
The what? Oh,
Not completely. There are a couple characters I would move up.
Guts.
Is it Byakuya? Because he deserves it.
No, Byakuya's staying there. He's keeping his behind right where it is.
All of them deserve it. They all made the game worse.
Totally disagree.
Which one?
There is one character in particular that was very
one?
Kibo.
No, Kibo deserves
You'll find the
it.
ones I like.
He was a trope. He was a trope the entire freaking time, saying, "Oh, it's robophobic," and there was nothing new to add.
I mean, he was.
I think Guts
he was
is
actually
B.
one of the smartest characters in that story because every time you did a debate scrum, he was actually on the right side every time. The side that was ultimately correct. He was correct every single time.
Who's this character again? Is he
You
just
want
a
to know who
jerk?
else was correct every single time?
Yeah.
Fucking
he-
Mew.
He was one of the witnesses in the McGilded case, and then he was a juror in the following
He's
case.
foreman, right? But like he didn't play any other. No.
Well,
He was.
He
Yeah,
was, he
was
was accused.
He was one
was
of
a
the witnesses
witness.
in the McGilded case, and then but when the case was ending, we were accusing him of being
Yeah.
potentially involved.
Forgettable. Gareth, I would say C. Who's this one? I don't recognize this one.
That is Selden. That is the character that died and gave Shamspear the key to where the loot was.
Forgettable.
Yeah.
Judge.
Sandra's here.
Judges are. I don't know much about Judge. C or D? I would put him. Was he funny? I don't even remember. Yeah, I would put him C. This guy is okay. This guy is the same level as Mason. These two, I like his character. Gregson. I don't know, man. Gregson is a C.
Is anybody other than Wagahai going to be S tier? Who knows?
I know. Where's Iris? No, Iris is here. Yeah. So my S tier off the top of my head is Van Zeeks and is there anything else? Maybe Susato. Susato has always been with us.
Not always, but
Not always, but like she's very helpful. But she's easily a tier at least. So Gregson, he is helpful though. He lets us touch things in the crime scene. So maybe B tier, because without him, we wouldn't be able to do anything. I think. I'll leave him C tier. This guy, we don't know much about him. Oh, he's the one that
it was Quinby.
Queen Bee is scolding. Yes. Vigil.
Or Adron.
Vigil. Where would I put Vigil? I don't know much about him. I do feel bad how he got fired for doing nothing. So that's easily C tier. He hasn't helped us in any way.
It was literally his memory coming back that cracked the case open.
That's true. This the stain. Yeah, but this is just a stain. Okay. B tier, sure. He's not above Kazuma though. I wouldn't put him above Kazuma.
Well, then move Kazuma up.
This guy.
Right, it ain't here. At least S tier. Come on.
Who's this guy?
So he is one of the jurors that is always complaining about his wife.
He is funny. I think he's
hilarious.
B tier. Above Kazuma. Above Kazuma tier. I don't know. C tier. He is funny though. I like his character. This one, I would say forgettable. This is the olive green guy.
Olive Green's fiance.
Yeah. We don't know much about him though.
We know he's an artist.
Yeah, he's an artist.
He was a real nice guy.
He's a really nice guy, but everyone's a nice guy. Forgettable. I remember him from 1-1. Maria Gori. She's very helpful, actually. She's A tier. She's B or A. She's very helpful, especially in the final parts. And if she appeared in any like in more chapters, I feel like she'd just be more helpful. So one of these. I say A. I don't even remember this person. Who's this person?
That's Dr. Wilson.
Oh yeah, no. He's dead. This guy and this guy D tier. Ouchie, you know what? As much as I hate Ouchie, he is funny. He's above Kaz.
The prosecution must concur with the witness.
He is funny, and like he's kind of like his character is supposed to be the
Imagine
butt of
putting
the
Ouchie
joke.
over Cosmo, though.
He's supposed to be the butt of the joke, and I think his character portrays it well.
His puns really hurt.
True. I hate that he's like um kissing asses. The Russian guy there, Hosonaga my goat. Yes, Hosonaga my goat. Yeah, sure. Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke is, yeah, I mean, basically, I am Ryunosuke. But as a character, let's see. He, the fact that he strives for the truth, I respect that. Ah, that's a C tier, I would say. I would say that he's a C tier character. Yeah, he's a C tier character. So why is Vigil and this person different? Separate.
What do you mean? They're two different people.
Okay, this one is D tier then. The chemist, helpful, but also D tier.
All right, let's
This
see how his
is
list is going.
this is lady first, right?
Yep.
D tier. This guy, he's funny.
Guy on the coach drove the
C
coach.
tier. Yeah,
Poor
the
actor.
driver and the beggar.
Jigoku.
Jigoku. Funny about Jigoku is that in terms of in terms of character writing, he's alright. Debating whether it's a B or a C. It's like one dimensional almost, but he's cunning. And the whole thing with the trunk, I would say if I put him if I put him in B, I have to put Strongheart in B as well. I think they're the same level of
Under
villainous.
Ouchie. Wow.
But no, Ouchie is below them. I'll put them here. And then this is near the bottom here. Giselle Bread is also close to the bottom. But if I put them in B, Kazuma has to be B as well. Like below Strongheart.
This
You
guy.
go from having
this-
Cosmo above Strongheart to putting Cosmo below Strongheart in the Nether tier. What is happening?
Yeah,
my thing?
it's very close. These three are very close. Doesn't matter who's above. Who's this? This is just the disguise, right?
Yeah, that's Roy Lot.
This
Snip
is
Dog.
Toby. Toby, right?
There's mine for you, Earl.
Kazuma at the top. No surprise.
I mean, Toby. Did Toby do anything?
Toby found Drever's workshop.
Okay.
He also attacked Ryunosuke. It was really hilarious.
S tier. Actually, I'll put the people before the animals. But
I'm
the
more
animals-
surprised you had the officer Rolly not beside his girlfriend. Like
Raleigh is way more entertaining than Patricia.
I think they're funny as a group.
Yeah,
to
they're
be
funny as a
honest.
pair. I think they work.
Raleigh
really
is
well.
way more interesting, and Raleigh also blew my brains, and I was distraught.
McGilded. McGilded, I actually like as a character.
We'll have to talk about the firecracker girl on D because I feel like that's personally from your place of work.
No. I just do not care for her at all.
McGilded is
She is
good
awesome.
C.
She has a cool scheme though, right? She sells fireworks and then saves everyone and then sells them more fireworks.
Wait, who's this guy?
That's a juror.
That's
Yeah,
a
that's
juror. Who's
yeah.
this
They are
guy?
different people.
The
that's
guy-
first, he was from 1-3, and then
Yeah,
the other guy is from 1-4. He was one of the jurors.
Okay.
they're not the
Or
same
Or is he
guy.
1-5? Oh no, he was 1-5 because I think he was no, he is not the stereoscope guy, but
No.
he was a juror later on.
Okay. This guy, juror number 5.
The fat guy who ran into the and also was a surgeon who forgot something.
Yeah,
on-
he's the surgeon. He's the thing. He's funny. where did I put the muscle guy here? I'll put them together. They're both funny. This is another juror.
The guy found in the Waxwork Museum.
Yeah, I
The
think he's supposed to be funny as well because he's always sleeping, but I'll put him D. The
magician.
magician, D here. Enoch Drebber. I think A. Enoch has to be A. Very close to S though because of his story arc. Oh, I don't know, but he's not helpful.
Well,
He's
he's a
cool, but
villain.
he's
That's why.
Well,
no.
I
I
love how
mean,
part of AZ's requirement is the character helpful?
yeah,
And
of
I'm just like,
course. That's we are playing. We are solving a mystery. The big part
I
of
mean,
solving a mystery is like how helpful you are to my mystery. To
I mean,
solving
his testimony did lead to you eventually
to
figuring
one
out that
five,
Scythe.
right?
Right.
Yeah.
No,
So
he's 2-3.
no. Oh, 2-5. I mean, he's
2-3.
him being a villain is what led to 2-4 and 2-5,
Well,
right?
his existence was the cause
Yeah.
of a lot of problems.
Yeah.
I think if you remove him completely from the timeline, the game never happens.
Yeah, exactly. So I think he's S tier. I'm debating whether A or S, but like
Just the
aside from
simple
that,
fact that he went to Lowgate Cemetery that night and saw
yeah,
the professor rise out of the grave, that was a catalyst for everything in the game.
yeah, and being distraught and the villain arc, I like him as a villain. Okay, reviewing. So I think I'm fine with my D tier.
So imagine putting a protagonist in C tier. Jeez.
I don't know. There's not much about Ryunosuke really. I mean, obviously
It's not like he
Ryunosuke.
completely took down an entire country's
Yeah,
judicial
exactly.
system.
But like
Yeah, it's so useful.
as a person, obviously he's gonna be S tier, but as a person, he's B or C. I'll put him beside Kazuma. How about that? They're best friends anyway. Scythe. I could bump Scythe up. Suseki, I could bump up as well. Vigil, I could bump us. I'll bump up Vigil. I think Vigil is more helpful than Scythe. But the jurors here in A are like groundbreaking type helpful. Also Maria. Maria is just great. So here it is, my tier list. What says you, Shiro?
I mean, you know what I say. I mean, I have my tier list and share your stuff, so.
Yeah, so
Mine is there too.
There you go. There's my tier list. And with that,
Okay.
the Great Ace Attorney is done.
I mean,
Let's call it close, everyone. Let's do an outro. I'm tired.
Outro.
We could do a chapter tier list. We could rank the cases.
No, I'm going to bed.
All right. Do the outro.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming along to a really, really long weekend / run when we could get together. We had me, the Lord Shiro, who helpfully voiced the other half of the characters. I voiced the other half, and then Izzy, who forgot Asman.
I forgot a lot of things, yes.
I don't see Asmin anywhere here.
Yeah.
Classic.
So thank you all for coming. I hope you guys have a wonderful summer. And that you go to your local fireworks shop and absolutely bombard them with orders.
On July 4th.
on July 3rd, specifically.
July 3rd, okay. Yeah, okay. All right.
Okay, that's all I got.
Peace, everyone.
Any last words, Shiro?
Any last words, Shiro?
Kazuma is S tier and AZ is wrong.
Nah, I can't be wrong. This is my opinion.
You can't be wrong on an opinionated tier list.
I mean, when your opinion is be like, oh, this character wasn't helpful, I'm like, bro. that makes no sense.
Okay.
Nah. Anyway, thanks two of you for helping me voice or suffering through the game with me. Suffering through me. I'll see you whenever I check out the other Ace Attorney games then.